classic mistake.
Tribe of Noise Music.
Should've read old Greek stories. Now I'm proper dead.
Tribe of Noise Music.
Now I'm proper dead.
Tribe of Noise Music.
Now is the time.
Tribe of Noise Music. 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 Tribe of Noise Music.
Good afternoon, and welcome to the concluding roundtable in our spring sprint toward crypto clarity. Our focus today is on DeFi and the American spirit. Since our first roundtable earlier this spring, we've had the opportunity to hear scholars, practitioners, and business leaders discuss the promises and the challenges that the Commission and others should consider in charting a new regulatory path forward for this industry in the United States. In today's roundtable, we'll spend some time considering where the boundaries lie between financial activity that should be regulated because it is intermediated by centralized entities and financial activity that does not involve such intermediaries and thus may be outside the scope of the securities laws. We're fortunate to end our roundtable series as we began with Troy Paredes as our moderator. Thank you, Troy, for making a second appearance. And as with each of our previous roundtables, we have a fantastic group of panelists today to help us understand what it means for finance to be decentralized. Before I conclude, I would like to express my appreciation for the enthusiasm that all of you have shown for this series of roundtables and for your contributions through engagement with the task force and through conversations elsewhere with the ideas our panelists have articulated on this platform. I also want to express my appreciation to the amazing team of people from the task force and throughout this building who've put in countless hours to make these roundtables happen. Watching the effort that has gone into planning these events, and believe me, commission processes for planning this sort of thing are as thorough as anything else done at the commission, has more than once made me wonder whether sprint was quite the right term for this effort. I don't have time to thank everybody involved, but I do particularly want to thank my team, and especially Samira Yunus, Ileana Chiabano, Robert Tepley, and Landon Zinda. In closing, I would like to remind everyone that this event is being streamed live and is being covered by multiple media outlets. Accordingly, please be aware that all remarks by Commission officials, participants, and members of our audience will be on the record. In addition, please remember that the participants in today's roundtable speak on their own behalf and that their views do not necessarily reflect the views of the Commission, the Commissioners, or members of the Commission staff. We're now ready to begin with remarks from Chairman Atkins, followed by Commissioner Crenshaw, Commissioner Ueda, and Commissioner Peirce. Mr. Chairman.
Oh, great. Well, thank you very much, Richard, and good afternoon to all of you here in our auditorium and online as well. So it's a great pleasure to be with you all today. Let me begin by thanking Commissioner Peirce and the Crypto Task Force for their organizing of today's event, and Commissioner Crenshaw and Commissioner Ueda for their participation as well. Of course, I very much thank all of you here on the roundtable, for panelists, and our moderator, Troy Paredes, for Commissioner Paredes for your voluntary contribution of time and talent to this mighty endeavor that we're undertaking. So today's roundtable is entitled DeFi and the American Spirit. This is, I think, an apt title because the American values of economic liberty, private property rights, and innovation are in the DNA of DeFi, or decentralized finance, and the movement of that. Blockchains, of course, are a very creative and potentially revolutionary innovation that have us rethinking evidence of ownership and transfer of intellectual and economic property rights. They are shared databases that enable the ownership of a type of digital property called crypto assets without reliance on an intermediary or central party. Instead, these peer-to-peer networks incorporate an economic mechanism to encourage participants to validate and maintain the database in accordance with the network's rules. These are free market systems where users pay demand-based fees to network participants to have their transactions included within a so-called block of data with finite storage capacity. The prior U.S. government administration discouraged Americans from participating in these market-based systems by asserting through lawsuits, speeches, regulation, and threatened regulatory action that participants and staking as a service providers may be engaged in securities transactions. I'm grateful to the Division of Corporation Finance staff for clarifying its view that voluntary participation in proof of work or proof of stake network as a miner or a validator or staking as a service provider is not within the scope of the federal securities laws. As happy as I am over that step, this statement is not a duly promulgated rule with a force of law, so we cannot stop there. The Securities and Exchange Commission must adopt a regulation based on the authority that Congress has given us. Another core feature of blockchain technology is the ability of individuals to have self-custody of crypto assets in a personal digital wallet. The right to have self-custody of one's private property is a foundational American value that should not disappear when one logs on to the internet. I'm in favor of affording greater flexibility to market participants to self-custody crypto assets, especially where intermediation imposes unnecessary transaction costs or restricts the ability to engage in staking and other on-chain activities. Unfortunately, the prior administration undermined innovation in self-custodial digital wallets and other on-chain technologies by asserting through regulatory actions that the developers of such software may be conducting brokerage activity. Engineers should not be subject to the federal securities laws solely for publishing this type of software code. As one court put it, it would be irrational to hold the developer of a self-driving car liable, and here quoting from the court's decision, quote, for a third party's use of the car to commit a traffic violation or rob a bank. In those circumstances, one would not sue the car company for facilitating the wrongdoing. They would sue the individual who committed the wrong. And here just recently, the Supreme Court in a case regarding firearms underlined that particular sentiment. Many entrepreneurs are developing software applications that are designed to function without administration by any operator. The idea of self-executing software code that's accessible to everyone but controlled by no one, and that enables private peer-to-peer transactions may sound like science fiction. But blockchain technology makes possible an entirely new class of software that can perform these functions without an intermediary. I do not believe that we should allow a century-old regulatory framework to stifle innovation with technologies that could upend and, most importantly, improve and advance our current traditional intermediated model. We should not automatically fear the future. These on-chain self-executing software systems have proven to be resilient in the face of crises. While centralized platforms wavered and failed under recent stresses, many on-chain systems continue to operate as designed, pursuant to open source code. Most current securities rules and regulations are premised on the regulation of issuers and intermediaries, such as broker-dealers, investment advisors, exchanges, and clearing agencies. The drafters of these rules and regulations likely did not contemplate that self-executing software code might displace such issuers and intermediaries. I've asked the Commission's staff to explore whether further guidance or rulemaking may be helpful for enabling registrants to transact with these software systems in compliance with applicable law. I'm also excited about the use of on-chain software systems by issuers and intermediaries to eliminate economic frictions, increase capital efficiency, enable new types of financial products, and enhance liquidity. Current securities regulations already contemplate the use of new technologies by issuers and intermediaries, but I've asked the staff to go further and to consider whether amendments to the Commission's rules and regulations would be better suited to provide needed accommodation for issuers and intermediaries to seek to administer on-chain financial systems. So while the Commission and its staff work to propose fit-for-purpose rules of the road for on-chain financial markets, I've directed the staff to consider a conditional exemptive relief framework, or let's call it an innovation exemption, that would expeditiously allow registrants and non-registrants to bring on-chain products and services to market. An innovation exemption could help fulfill President Trump's vision to make America the, quote, crypto capital of the planet, unquote, by encouraging developers, entrepreneurs, and other firms that are willing to comply with certain conditions to innovate with on-chain technologies in the United States. So with that, thank you all very much for your attention, and thanks again to the participants for what I anticipate to be a really good give and take on the panel. And Troy, keep them in line and get all the best ideas out. But thank you all very much, and have a good afternoon.
Good afternoon. As we begin the final event of this Crypto Task Force series, I think this is a good opportunity to reflect on what has come out of these roundtables and where the task force and the Commission are going from here. These roundtables have highlighted that crypto is far from a monolith. We have heard a markedly diverse set of viewpoints from many different segments of the industry. We have heard, for example, from many non-SEC registered entities with varying views on whether they or their products should be required to register and be subject to SEC jurisdiction. I expect that this will be a key theme of today's DeFi panel. Back in November of 2021, I wrote an article detailing my views on the opportunities and challenges of DeFi, which I believe require industry and regulatory collaboration to develop compliant solutions. The issues I raised in that article related to market structure, transparency, and retail investor protection, among others, and still remain questions today. So I look forward to hearing the panelists' views on how we should approach these challenges. Beyond issues related to registration and jurisdictional lines, other roundtables have focused on current SEC registrants who want to continue operating under SEC oversight, but with altered regulatory requirements tailored to new types of products and technologies. In addition to these varied and sometimes competing regulatory views, we've heard different opinions on the technologies underlying digital asset products and services. We've heard panelists highlight advantages or disadvantages of particular technologies and give differing predictions on their capabilities to function effectively as part of a large, complex securities market. In sum, these roundtables have given us a lot to grapple with, to say the least. While the series was billed as a spring sprint towards crypto clarity, I am unsure whether we've identified much can be simply or quickly clarified. When it comes to crypto, it does not appear to me that the SEC is facing problems with ready or easy solutions. What we are facing is heightened expectations of rolling out major changes quickly to pave the way for crypto expansion into the capital markets. With issues this complex and stakes this high, it's better to do it right than fast. We need to grapple with the tough questions through the legally sanctioned process of formal rulemaking, as Chairman Atkins mentioned, with the full opportunity for notice and comment and public interest findings. I look forward to engaging with my fellow commissioners, the staff, and the public on what I hope will be a thoughtful and mission-driven rulemaking process for this space. Thank you to all for the roundtables you put on, all the work, and thank you all for being here today. Appreciate it.
Well, good afternoon, and thank you to the panelists and all the attendees today for the Commission's 5th roundtable organized by the Crypto Task Force entitled DeFi and the American Spirit. Reflecting on the American spirit brings to mind the expedition of Meriwether Lewis and William Clark about 220 years ago on May 14th, 1804. Lewis and Clark set out to explore the new Louisiana Territory, purchased the prior year by President Thomas Jefferson. The size of the United States had doubled overnight, but there were no reliable maps or established routes through the new land. Despite this daunting challenge, Lewis and Clark entered the wilderness to carry out their mission. While not nearly as fraught with personal danger, the Commission is similarly navigating through challenging new terrain and plunging into the regulatory wilderness under the leadership of Commissioner Peirce and the Crypto Task Force. While the Commission's tools, we don't use wagons and rope and pickaxes, but instead are things such as roundtables, public consultation, and economic analysis may be different. I am confident that our expedition can succeed in updating our rulebook to open up new opportunities for American investors and businesses. The SEC's treatment of decentralized finance and other emerging technologies over the past 4 years was not conducive to regulatory transparency and discouraged entrepreneurs and those developing DeFi from engaging with the Commission. However, that approach has recently changed under the Crypto Task Force, which is charged with coordinating the Commission's efforts to find answers to many pressing questions. Thus far, they have changed the SEC's posture on crypto, embraced difficult regulatory questions, and promoted transparency by engaging with market participants, driving innovation and change. This SEC is committed to high-quality regulation. High quality regulation takes time, and administrative processes matter. For those who are involved in the development of DeFi, please be patient and work with the Commission and its staff towards achieving the best possible outcome. Although I am uncertain as to what the perfect regulation may look like, the path towards it begins with seeking input from the public. This journey towards regulatory clarity will likely be frustrating and may move in fits and starts. However, by learning from DeFi innovators and advocates, the Commission has a better chance at regulating securities transactions involving DeFi and protecting American investors who utilize decentralized financial services and products. Today's participants will provide knowledge and insight about DeFi's development and the existing regulatory barriers preventing growth. Such contributions will help the Commission attempt to strike the proper balance between its role as a regulator and its mandate to foster competition, efficiency, and capital formation. In DeFi, there is a landscape of new opportunities. People can transact directly with each other without relying on banks or other centralized intermediaries. The Commission should not refrain from engaging in oversight of novel areas simply because it involves thinking outside the existing framework. The legacy regulatory regime under the federal securities laws presupposes the existence and necessity of numerous intermediaries. I look forward to hearing from today's panelists as to whether such presumptions remain necessary. For example, in what types of situations do DeFi systems and smart contracts potentially eliminate the need for a financial intermediary, and how? In what situations should DeFi systems be deemed to fall outside the scope of the securities laws? What key safeguards are necessary when the securities laws apply to these arrangements? Lewis and Clark's journey lasted over 2 years and carved out an important path to facilitate westward expansion. In doing so, they provided a valuable contribution to American progress. Today's roundtable reflects the SEC's commitment to continued progress and its willingness to consider the roles of emerging technologies. As the Commission continues to move through the regulatory wilderness, it should remain true to its mission of protecting investors, maintaining fair, orderly, and efficient markets, and facilitating capital formation in its efforts to respond to market innovation. So thank you very much, and I look forward to the conversation.
Okay, we're almost there. We didn't bring you guys here to listen to us, but I do want to welcome everyone who's watching, and I want to thank Chairman Atkins, Commissioner Crenshaw, and Commissioner Ueda for your remarks. And of course, I'm excited to be here for our final roundtable, DeFi in the American Spirit. Thank you, Troy, for coming back and joining us. We thought you did a fantastic job the first time around, so it's great to have you back with us again. We have high expectations based on your last performance. And thank you to all the panelists for taking the time to join us today. Over the past 4 months, the task force has held roundtables on security, status, trading, tokenization, and custody. These roundtables have provided invaluable input for the Commission and the task force and the rest of the staff here. It's informed our views and has improved our efforts and will continue to do so. The task force has hit the ground running in this sprint, as you've heard, but I do think that it's more likely to lead to a marathon toward regulatory clarity. I hope that it doesn't take as long as Lewis and Clark did with their expedition. I don't want to be doing this for 2 years, but I hope that we can make some progress, and I know that all of you will help us in making that progress. So you may be asking, what business does the SEC have in talking about regulating DeFi? Absolutely none is a reasonable answer. So maybe we should just stop now and go home. But as you know, it's Washington, and so we can't do things that fast. We have to, it's not that simple. Even getting to know regulation requires some talking, and that's what we're going to do today. What is DeFi? Bitcoin is decentralized finance, but it may not be what first comes to mind when you think about that topic. If we trust Google, it says that DeFi is a blockchain-based financial system that aims to replace traditional financial institutions with peer-to-peer transactions and smart contracts. It brings to mind decentralized networks which enable people to trade tokens and derivatives, engage in lending, or participate in prediction markets. Although sometimes referred to as DeFi platforms, DeFi is not a place people go to access services that someone else provides and controls. It's software code that people use to engage in the activity of transacting without a centralized intermediary. So we're to channel one of today's panelists. I do not go to a decentralized exchange. I make a decentralized exchange. Thank you, Peter, for that. DeFi defies our traditional permissioned world of intermediaries. It enables a person to engage with her peers through a protocol that is open to everybody on the same transparent terms. No need to get consent from any centralized gatekeeper. At its core, DeFi, which blockchain technology enables, is about the freedom to transact with your peers without permission, interference, or intermediation. And that is why DeFi resonates so deeply with the American spirit. Also resonant with the American spirit is the ability of people to publish written material without permission. Code is protected speech. Because the First Amendment protects someone who writes a DeFi software protocol and publishes it, the SEC has no authority to demand pre-publication approval rights, even for code that could be used to exchange securities. The SEC must not infringe on First Amendment rights by regulating someone who merely publishes code on the basis that others use that code to carry out activity that the SEC has traditionally regulated. If somebody else subsequently violates the law using the software protocol, the user, not the developer of the software, should face the music. But sometimes the writer of a protocol used to exchange securities does more than merely publish it. She might also operate, administer, or maintain a platform through which the code can be accessed and that takes custody of client assets or makes execution decisions for clients. In this and other instances, the coder or her platform might be subject to regulation for that conduct. If that conduct relates to securities, the SEC might have a role to play. I think it might be helpful to think about this in context of an enforcement case that the Commission brought 7 years ago, and that was its case against Zachary Coburn. That was a settled case, so we don't have the advantage of a court having wrestled with these facts, and the order is actually pretty sparse in detail. But Coburn developed the code for Ether Delta in exchange for ERC20 tokens. And under the Exchange Act, the SEC charged Coburn with causing its Ether Delta's violation of the requirement to register as a securities exchange per Section 5 of the Exchange Act. Although, again, the details are pretty sketched out pretty lightly in that settlement order. I think there are some facts that could help spur discussion on which types of activities the SEC should reach. Coburn was the only person with the ability to alter the Ether Delta smart contract, as he was the only person with access to the private.
Hey, I'll make sure it's timed up right. Make sure you hit the retweet on the Twitter feed and get more people exposed. This is good stuff for people to be watching, so.
The key for the administrator account, which could be used to change the permissible fees for transacting using Ether Delta, or the address to which of the account to which those fees were then directed. The order book sat on a centralized server that was maintained by Ether Delta rather than on the Ethereum blockchain itself. So maybe some food for conversation at the panel today. Centralized entities that use DeFi protocols that someone else wrote to serve clients don't get a regulatory pass, of course. They can use that tool as much as they can use other kinds of tools. And centralized entities can't avoid regulation simply by rolling out the decentralized label. There's such a thing as DINO, decentralized in name only. With centralized entities, of course, comes the potential for fraud, conflicts of interest, principal agent problems, information asymmetries, and other issues that are common in traditional finance. And so those are the issues actually that DeFi was designed to address. But if you are dealing with centralized entities, that might be where the SEC's efforts are best spent, protecting investors. not from their own use of open source software code to engage in transactions with their peers. We also don't need to protect them from writers of code, but from providers of financial services. I hope that today's discussion will help us to ensure that SEC regulation is able to reach activities and entities properly within its ambit, regardless of what label they bear, without prohibiting the exercise of individuals' rights to publish code and interact with that code. So now I'll hand it off to Troy. I'm looking forward to the conversation. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Peirce, and everybody in the task force for the chance to be back and moderate the last of the roundtable. Very much looking forward to the discussion. Before we jump into the substance, let me walk through a few of the game plan points. This is as much for the panelists as for all of you to know how this is going to proceed. So the first thing I will say is that I'll be calling on people, but so that the first three folks aren't caught off guard. They don't know who they are yet. I'll tell you who you are. It's going to be Rebecca, and then Eric, and then Michael Mosier. And then I'd ask that you keep your responses, particularly this first go around, to no more than 2 or 3 minutes. So we have time to get everybody's views on the table, and then we can really get into the discussion. When responding, your bios are on the task force webpage, and it's an incredibly impressive group of individuals. So no need to give your bio, but you could just say your name and say your affiliation and leave it at that, and folks can take a look at the webpage to get more of the particulars on your impressive backgrounds. I'd ask next that you keep it as much as you can, even if it's more than you're otherwise willing to, as much as you can, engage and interactive with one another. I would ask that you get my attention if you want to chime in. I'll keep a queue, try to keep it moving. If there are things I hear that folks are talking about similar points, I may jump around a little bit and call somebody to see if they want to weigh in. But if you just get my attention, I'll keep the queue, and we can make sure that folks have the chance to weigh in, because the more engaging it is, I think the more productive it will be for the commission. If I interrupt, I apologize in advance for being rude, but if I interrupt, it's simply to try to keep it moving so we can make sure that everybody has an opportunity. Hopefully I don't need to do that, but just fair notice on the chance that I do. One thing I think would be very, very helpful is if you're using a particular term of art, jargon, what have you, that can be useful because it can be an efficient way to move the discussion along. At the same time, not everybody has the same understanding, or people may use a word a different way or use the same word differently, what have you. So if there's a key term you're using, take the 10 seconds to find your terms. That way it can just help make sure that any points of clarification can be highlighted at the outset. We'll go for about an hour and a half until just shy of 3 p.m. Eastern time. We'll then have a break, and then after the break, there will be audience questions. I'll come to this in a minute that folks can submit. I'll fold those in to discussion, piggybacking on a number of the things that came out in this particular session, and have a good discussion after the break as well. To that point, questions are encouraged. There's a table, as I understand it, in the entrance before you came into the auditorium. I think you can find that. If you want to submit a question, just write down your question. You can find somebody who's wearing a name tag that says, I'm part of the crypto task force here at the SEC. Give it to them. And if you're joining online today, you can submit questions through the Commission's website at crypto@sec.gov, and just note roundtable question in the subject line, so folks who are monitoring that know what you're reaching out on. And when all is said and done today, there will probably be some disagreement. Hopefully there'll be some agreement, but I think it will be most productive if there's a good, lively, engaging conversation. Going back to what Commissioner Peirce said in her remarks, there's a heck of a lot to think through, and I don't think we could have a better group of panelists to help the commission do so. So with all of that out of the way, Rebecca. So if you could start us off, set the stage, if you will. Maybe the biggest question of all, given the the roundtable today, and that is, how would you describe DeFi, and what are its distinctive features as compared to TradFi? And along those lines, is it too amorphous to define? Should we be okay with a more principles-based approach? Should we have something which is very nitty-gritty, technically technological in nature? And how does that inform, just as a general matter, the mindset that you think one ought to bring when trying to figure out DeFi, what it is, what its opportunities are, perhaps what some of the risks are, and what those implications then are in terms of thinking about what the appropriate regulatory framework ought to be?
Thanks so much, Troy. Thanks to the Commission for having me today and for convening this roundtable. DeFi stands for decentralized finance. I'll start at a very high level, the 30,000-foot view, and then try to get a little more into the weeds as I go in my short period of time. But none of industry regulators or policymakers, I think, have been able to come to a consensus on how to define DeFi. I typically define DeFi as a blockchain-based open software system that allows users to engage in economic transactions in a self-directed and entirely self-custodial manner without the need for traditional intermediaries. There are other people who, and a lot of regulators have defined it as simply a blockchain-based system that allows financial services. That is very broad and probably would encompass many of what even banks are trying to build today in terms of DeFi. In terms of their work with crypto assets. And some people have gotten very, very technical, as you suggested, Troy, to get into the details of, how the technology itself works, how smart contracts, which are pieces of self-executing code work and the like. I think we also need to think about what is decentralization as we think about DeFi. Decentralization is a philosophy that generally espouses movement away from power, authority, or control being centralized with one entity or one actor, and moving towards a disintermediation or a dislocation of both actors, jurisdictions, and other dispersion of the concept of power and control. In terms of thinking about regulating DeFi today, and I'm sure we're going to get much more into the details about this, but I don't think it's actually necessary to either define decentralization or DeFi in order to determine whether a particular actor needs to be regulated. I think, as we heard in many of the opening statements, just publishing code alone is not regulatable via something like the Securities and Exchange Commission. But when we are thinking about what types of activities people are engaged in, we can understand where there may be an intersection of the law and technology, or the law and certain types of technological functions. I think algorithmic trading is a great corollary to think about it, because in theory, the algorithm that is making asset management or investment decisions could function on its own, but you have the investment advisors register even when they're using these algorithms and codes, because they can impose their judgment, they can override the algorithm when there are other types of concerns around it, and they do still, even when using code, take on certain types of control or authority activities that may require, and does require in many instances, regulation. So when you think about a decentralized exchange that is operating autonomously, much like the Uniswap code does, that doesn't seem to require, as of today, regulation of the people who built the code. But the question then becomes, well, what if you have independent third parties building Uniswap pools with tokenized securities, and who is responsible and for what in that type of activity? I think the other complicated, this is my last point, the other complicated piece with DeFi is a lot of the activities don't look like anything we are used to in traditional finance. So questions of holding keys to a multi-signature wallet that can pause a DeFi protocol in the case of emergency does not look anything necessarily like pulling the circuit breakers on the New York Stock Exchange or something like that. So I think moving away from just the definition of what we think of as DeFi or decentralization and really thinking about activities will move us forward in thinking about how we can regulate the space, if at all.
And just a real quick, and there'll be more opportunity, Rebecca, for you to pick up this point. But in addition to that distinction, as you were describing, we can say code on the one hand versus activities on the other, where does risk fit in is also part of the consideration, not only thinking about what are the activities, but what are the risks, and are those the kinds of risks for which a regulator should be playing a role or not? Is that part of it as well?
Great question. I think that there are three central risks that, no pun intended, that come from DeFi. One is cyber risk. I think when you really think about how these DeFi systems are built out, cyber is the most important because it is code and it is functioning autonomously, in at least for certain types of DeFi protocols. I think then there's also something called system management risk. It is there an intermediary, or is there somebody who has some form of control? Is that properly disclosed? And are they properly, I think, as we think about for Web 2 types of software platforms, protecting against certain vulnerabilities and the like. And then I think that there is potentially illicit finance risk, but the source of that comes from usage and other actors engaging in the space. And there are, I'm sure we'll get to this later, but there are ways to mitigate against that. But it doesn't look, it goes back to what I was saying before, something like holding the keys to a multi-signature wallet doesn't look the same as, the other types of traditional activities. One thing I wanted to follow up on was your question of what are the hallmarks of DeFi? I'm sure other panelists will get into that, but I think just to do it quickly, non-custodial, I think, is or self-custodial is a non-negotiable when you're thinking about DeFi. I would also say open source, so that everything is transparent and openly available. I think one of the much different than how DeFi is portrayed. It is not some shadow system that's being built in the dark. I think DeFi is open, transparent, and really trying to be built in the light, and autonomous as well, so that it can function without intermediaries.
Great. So I'm going to go a little bit out of my initial order because Peter's getting my attention. So I'm going to go ahead and have Peter jump in here, and then I'll come back to Eric.
Thanks, Troy. I just wanted to make a brief interjection on the question of risk and how we use it to define regulated entities. There's a very catchy phrase, same risk, same regulation, that often has a lot of wisdom to teach us. I think that, and Commissioner Peirce teed this up with a lot of discussion about First Amendment rights in this context. That's a utilitarian calculus that we see out in the world, that there are these harms that represent certain things that could be addressed through public policy initiatives, and that we could ultimately, through a consequentialist view of the world, improve the social utility of these markets, reduce investor harms. That kind of consequentialist calculation is almost always the right calculation to make, except where certain long-held American values are at stake with making that calculation. So I'd just briefly hearken to Ronald Dworkin, a personal hero of mine, who identified certain rights as trumps. That phrase unfortunately means something different now that we have a President Trump. But there's this notion that, yes, we're always going to want to try and craft our regulation or our way that we address public dilemmas with an eye towards maximizing the good. But at a certain point, even if it's the socially beneficial outcome, there are certain areas we don't tread in this country. At a certain point, a right, like my right to publish code, trumps the risk that code creates in the world. And so the risk created by perhaps a DeFi trading algorithm that allows people to engage in decentralized exchange, which is a verb, not a noun in this case, might be very similar to the risks that we see in centralized exchanges and might lead to similar bad outcomes for individuals in America. But even given that there might be some same risk, same regulation questions at play here, we would not put a prior restraint on an American's ability to publish that software. And there's more we can discuss later, I'm sure, about past case law with the SEC and the First Amendment in, say, Lowe versus SEC, but I'll certainly hold off until then.
Yeah, let's hold off on Lowe versus SEC. Maybe we'll get to the particulars there, or at least the spirit of it. But Peter, since we're with you at this moment, let me just pick up on one point, then I'm going to come back to Eric. And that is, given what you were just saying, is the principle for you that ought to be, if I'm describing it correctly, a constraint on what otherwise might be a set of considerations, almost a hierarchy of considerations in terms of how one thinks about approaching it. And people may have different hierarchies as they place different weights on all those different considerations and different value structures, et cetera, et cetera. So stipulating as to all of that, from your personal perspective, is the First Amendment the one that features most prominently?
from my personal perspective and from Coin Center, the organization where I am, that is most prominent, but it doesn't mean it's easy. I'm not a code is speech maximalist and you're never going to be able to regulate math, right? These things can become a parody of themselves and somewhat silly. And that's why, and we will get to SEC versus Lowe later, or Lowe versus SEC later, hopefully, but there is a lot of jurisprudence that's rich and incredibly important on the division between speech per se and professional conduct that mostly involves speech, which can be subject to prior restraint and regulation. I am a lawyer. I had to get barred in order to practice law. Most of practicing law is doing this silly thing I'm doing right now, which is speaking. Why is that prior restraint on my mostly speaking profession allowed? Because when I'm a lawyer that's barred and representing a client, I'm engaged in conduct. I'm acting on their behalf with their interests in mind. And yes, I'm mostly speaking, but you can damn well sure prior restraint my speech when I'm actually representing a client. Figuring that out in the DeFi world is very complicated, is very hard. But there is a rich, rich history of jurisprudence from our Supreme Court, which is one of the things that makes me very proud to be an American, that will help us here.
So, Eric, taking, in some sense, what Rebecca was saying, what Peter was saying, and melding a whole host of things together, markets. So if you open up economics textbook, right, there'll be lots of chapters on competitive markets and what makes for a competitive marketplace, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera, and all of that. Extraordinarily important, consequential, and it goes to some of the points the commissioners and the chairman were making as well in terms of what the opportunity is in terms of markets and transacting that DeFi affords. On the one hand, when you think about it in kind of less technical, textbooky sorts of ways, the words that often get used are free markets. And another word that often gets used are fair markets. And oftentimes the two come together in terms of free and fair. It is sometimes the case that in conversation, those words aren't crisply defined, that there's an assumption as to what they mean or don't mean. And there's a lot of values as well as economics that are baked into those concepts. From your perspective, as you think about markets, be they free, be they fair, and what DeFi affords from a how we think about markets perspective as compared to more centralized marketplaces, what are your thoughts?
Hi, everyone. Thanks for having me. I didn't think 12 years ago when I got my first SEC subpoena that I'd be invited to come speak in front of you all. And I want to say sincerely that I appreciate the change of tone and the change of stance in the commission. I think that's it's absolutely a positive for America. When it comes to markets, I think we have seen in crypto, in DeFi, the most American.
It's like they're talking about Hex and Pulse Chain primarily. Centralized supply, that real threat, the code's not the problem. Oh boy, GG's RH.
Spirit rushing back in to help bring economic commerce back to where it should be. When we say words like the American spirit, I think we must recognize that that always entails a strong degree of rebellion.
I got my first SEC subpoena too, because I was talking about a crypto that I got an SEC subpoena too. Maybe I'll be on the SEC round force one day because I'm on the offense. I don't give a flipper. I don't like scamming, and it's getting out of control.
Individual liberty, a strong degree of risk-taking, and a strong degree of entrepreneurialism. And starting from when Bitcoin emerged until now, with DeFi and everything that has grown up around it, it's hard not to see that as a reaction to what is supposed to be the freest country on earth, slowly decaying into one that encumbers all market participants in myriad ways. And when we see the rise of crypto, I think we must first understand it as a reaction, as a market-based reaction, because markets always find a way. And in crypto, in DeFi, we see this really coming back into force. And what would be helpful, I think, for anyone looking at this subject is to simply see the the virtue and the courage in that kind of exploration. I think maybe culturally in America, we have gotten a little complacent, a little comfortable. And crypto really reminds us that there is always a frontier and that we should be pursuing it. So to see it as a noble pursuit, something that is not swept under the rug and is not like some dark machine that we can't control, but is actually the reemergence of light back into financial systems, I think is an important starting point.
Is there a particular something from a regulatory perspective that you think would help, or at least not, that should be done to help advance what you just articulated, and or that shouldn't be done so as not to impede the advancement of what you just articulated?
Yeah, what is it in medicine, the Hippocratic Oath, right? First, do no harm. Is that right? Markets do not need a regulator to enable them. They are emergent phenomena. They occur without any kind of central power making it so. And just the first recognition from regulators that that's the case would be good. And then when you look at crypto and DeFi, you have to realize that these are actually machines of perfect regulation. That the way that a smart contract operates is a perfect regulator. It does precisely what it is told to do. It executes regardless of who is using it. It doesn't matter what your background is. It doesn't matter where you're from or what your skin color is. It doesn't matter your gender or your sexual orientation. It is a true blind rule of law machine. And it would be nice if the regulators who portray themselves as caring about the rule of law would understand that these mechanisms are themselves incredible new machines of regulation, and to simply stand in awe of them at first before trying to get into all their gears and break everything that makes them so beautiful.
Michael Mosier.
I'm going to do my best.
Well, I'll pose a question, but feel free to respond to what Eric was just saying. But as a piece of that, if you think about the ways in which the financial markets in the US have developed over a very long period of time, and the regulatory infrastructure, and in part, the regulatory infrastructure has informed the ways in which the markets have developed, and the way the markets have developed has informed what policymakers think the right to write. So there's a bit of cause and effect and the arrow going both directions. And at this point, we have what we have. But one of the defining characteristics of what we have is a regulatory framework across financial services, and the SEC is no exception, which is very intermediary centric. Now, I think picking up on Eric's point, intermediaries may come into existence because they can reduce what can otherwise be transaction costs broadly defined in the marketplace. So they may just come about. There's a business opportunity to help parties transact or whatever it happens to be, to shoulder risk or what have you. There are other instances where the government says, you, by doing this, are this, that, or the other, and we regulate this, that, and the others, so broker-dealer, et cetera, et cetera. So how do you think about it where we have a regulatory environment which is very intermediary-centric, just is the case descriptively, with DeFi decentralization, which at its core, its essence is not that? How do those things should policymakers be trying to reconcile? Should policymakers, in some sense, going back to what Rebecca was saying, a flavor of what Eric was saying, and then overall big picture considerations as Peter was saying, or just say, hey, you know what, we just need a whole new construct that we got to set aside approaches that are very intermediary centric and just fundamentally think about it differently? Is that what they should do? Or should they try to, square peg around hole? How should they approach it?
Yeah, thank you, Troy. I think Rebecca articulated a lot of the risks that we've thought through in the decentralized finance space. And I think it's not necessarily wholesale difference. There's a lot to build on, but it is different. We're not, this isn't people shopping at a mall anymore. I mean, we've dealt with this with the invent of online commerce. It's different types of risk. So there was a time where it was people shopping in the mall. You needed a mall cop as fast as the fastest shoplifter, and you came up with cameras to watch for that sort of thing. That's not what's happening now. It's high frequency data packets that are moving at exceptional speeds. And in the same way that we move from telegraphs to switchboard operators to mobile phones, we changed the way that we dealt with risk. And the risk in the situation of a mobile phone is again, it's a communications risk. It's SIM swapping. It's not moving people back to switchboard operators because people are getting SIM swapped. And I think that's the opportunity here is to look at ways that we can automate the risk detection and make people safer rather than just injecting intermediaries. And some of this we've grappled with through many, many years. FinCEN used to regulate telegraphs as a financial institution. Actually, it's its own category. And then as there was more experience with what telegraphs were doing, it was realized, yes, they're transmitting communications data, but actually they are not a financial institution. They are a data transmitter. And they were exempted, actually, and they remain exempted from that. And there's a separate money services category specifically because data communications is not the same as financial activity, even though that some of that data might carry financial data. And part of that is recognizing that what are the risks? The risks here are cyber risks in many cases. And so we dealt with this in 2019 with the FinCEN guidance. We specifically said, there are those who are accepting and transmitting value in a sense of having total independent control over it. And then there are those who are engaged in what we call a trade, which are software developers who are developing the data communications and network services that just allow things to move. And this is also not new. Like Swift moves data messages that account for actually around $5 trillion per day in dollar transaction between banks. This is communications data that's going between banks that the banks are then updating their internal ledgers. We have RPC nodes that have gone back to the 1970s that also allow networks to communicate across each other's networks and update internal ledgers in some form. Now we have public blockchains, which are public ledgers that are getting updated in real time. Those have many sorts of communications across them, whether it's at the block building stage to the batches, all the way to cross-chain communications. All of that is getting moved across different networks to allow other ledgers to update. Now they're public ledgers. So there's a lot of cyber risk in that I think there's opportunity to be managing, but it's opportunity to manage it in a way that can keep people far, far safer than collecting personal information of people and just moving it back to switchboard operators that could then be exploited. And one last quick point on that, just actually almost crashed Perplexity AI the other day, looking up how many people have been victimized from banks losing their personal information over the last 5 years. It spun for about 20 minutes and then came up with about hundreds of millions, and that's all it could do. And I think this is one of the reasons why at FinCEN, when we were developing the 2019 guidance, we also did an initiative on privacy enhancing technology with the concept that we have to factor not just the victims of ISIS in it, but the victims of the hundreds of millions of people who are also victimized when this information isn't taken care of. And the reason to bring in privacy enhancing technology was that there are so many ways that we can do an exclusion proof that determines that someone's not on an OFAC list without sending their personal information around. And I think that's that type of zero knowledge proof that can determine what is the activity that's happening here. What is it a bot loading up? Most of these bots that are causing some of these intrusions do not have a social security number. And actually, we don't even care who they are. We're not going to extradite Lazarus Group. We see the activity and we can stop it. And that goes back to the activity-based sort of risk management that Rebecca was talking about. Peter.
Real quick.
This is a statistic we've quoted a number of times. The DOJ in 2012 found that identity theft accounts for double the amount of economic losses to individuals than all other forms of theft combined. So Perplexity AI struggles with quantifying it, and it is huge. And I would love to talk about identity more later.
Just real quick for Michael before I move on, and Jill, I'm going to come to you next with a question. But in terms of, Michael, what you were saying, Do you see that risk as all of government, across financial services and beyond? Do you have a particular view as to what the SEC's role would be in that?
Yeah, I think the SEC has a tremendous opportunity to actually, when they're thinking through this cost benefit analysis, to be factoring in both the risk of whether it's market manipulation or that someone is, well, actually a great example is someone an accredited investor. We don't need to send around everybody's information to determine that. That's a pretty basic proof. In fact, joined Espresso Systems back in the day with Jill, and one of the things that they were developing that inspired me to join them was zero knowledge proof wrappers that could verify threshold proofs of whether somebody was, say, an accredited investor, whether they were over 21 at transaction speed. And I'll just one aside on that. As a former state prosecutor and someone who worked with victims of domestic violence, I remember talking to victims of domestic violence who would go in to buy a beer at a store and go up to the checkout, and they have to show their identity. You have to show everything about yourself in order to buy a beer. And so whoever that is who happens to be at that door, at that checkout, is seeing where you live, everything about you, when all we need to know is you're over 21. And I think that's the sort of piece that we were looking at FinCEN in particular, to say there's a lot of risks here. There's ways to do this that protects people. And I think SEC is in a position, particularly with the volume that wants to come on to these public ledgers, to say, when we do that cost benefit analysis, it's going to be, here's other ways to manage this risk that takes in everybody's pain points, but also what is the tech that can be used to solve all of this, particularly factoring in, and I'll wrap up with this, but I think factoring in that we are in a stage of hyper fast data transport now. And so we're not in a situation where a bank SAR officer can wait for the telex to come in, get printed out, look at it, send something up, determine if that person's a member of Lazarus. It's bots moving at a speed that are faster than people can detect. And that's a chance for us to leverage all the different activity-based risk detection that's much faster than a person. In fact, Chair Atkins mentioned car manufacturers. There was a study of over 200 billion miles worth of autonomous vehicles with autonomous risk detection. Over the 200 billion miles, when a car had the autonomous risk detection, the property damage went down 88% and the bodily damage went down 92%. And I think that's the place that we're in right now, is that SEC has a position to, as we bring 200 billion miles worth of trading on chain, to use this activity-based detection that's going to reduce bodily injury, but not create more victims by sending PII around. I think that's an incredible opportunity.
Jill, so has been a common theme for the afternoon so far, is the ways in which, not that there aren't complexities and lots of things to think through from a variety of different angles and vantage points, but the opportunity that decentralization, DeFi affords, not to say there aren't risks, but the opportunities as well, where you can kind of bottom line it, as again was mentioned earlier in various of the commissioners and the chairman's remarks, in terms of peer-to-peer transacting. And if you kind of broaden the lens on peer-to-peer transacting, one of the lessons from economic history outside the context of blockchain and DeFi and decentralization is we can get people who don't know each other to transact. That can create opportunity for economic growth, prosperity, inclusiveness, and a lot of good can come from that. And the question is what the institutional frameworks that allow that to happen. Here, there's a technological framework that seems to have as its promise that potential. And yet at the same time, when it comes to markets, if you got a market over there and a market over there and a market over there and a market over there, there's something that can be said for that fragmentation in terms of competition. At the same time, it may be, hey, if you can get those together, there may be additional opportunities in terms of liquidity and breadth of the market, depth of the market, what have you. And how does all that happen? Does it happen organically, going back to some of Eric's comments, or does it happen as a function of regulatory requirements that tries to stitch different marketplaces together, which all leads to, from a technological perspective, questions around interoperability and how technologically can different chains and activities, et cetera, be stitched together. So with that wind up, and feel free to challenge any of the wind up, but with that in mind, what are your thoughts?
Yeah, thank you. My name is Jill Gunter. I'm co-founder of a company called Espresso Systems, and we are working on exactly that, how multiple different chains or venues for settlement can work together more seamlessly in the blockchain native environment. As I reflect on the question, and in particular, thinking about the benefits that can be brought to whether it's consumer investors, more institutional investors, with the technology that many of us on this stage have been developing over the last decade, I'm struck by all the potential that still remains, but also all that's been delivered already. I first got into this space when I was working on Wall Street. I joined Goldman Sachs on their credit trading desk shortly after 2008. Talk about a regulatory environment. As the junior person on the desk, I was tasked with understanding a lot of the Dodd-Frank regulations that were coming down the pipeline and working closely with compliance. And it was in that context that I first heard about Bitcoin and also the concept of smart contracts. And it struck me at the time how so much of what I was dealing with in my day-to-day, whether it was the rote processes of clearing and settlement that were still extremely manual, that again slid down the hill to the junior kids on the trading desk to deal with, or whether it was the processes of figuring out just how much leverage was in the system. All of this felt like it had the potential to be obviated by bringing things on chain in a way that could be transparently audited in real time, while also enabling the protections of privacy that Michael touched upon earlier. Fast forward to approximately 10 years later, and FTX, a centralized exchange in crypto, collapsed. And I will never forget sitting behind my desk, watching the various DeFi monitors that I had up and watching liquidations happen in an extraordinarily orderly process amongst all of the DeFi protocols. DeFi stood up. And while the FTX collapse, as someone who'd built their career in this industry, felt like a catastrophic failure, watching DeFi hold up under the pressure that it was under was an extraordinary experience as someone who'd gotten into this space for that promise, again, a decade prior. And so as I think about the benefits, one of my great hopes for the SEC and the other regulatory bodies in DC is that we not just focus on the risks, and there are indeed very real risks to consumers that come with the new technology, but also the potential that it brings to transform these markets. One thing that I want to highlight based on the question that you asked, Troy, is that blockchains are no longer monoliths. 10 years ago, they were. It was Bitcoin, it was Ethereum, maybe a handful of other systems. And those systems acted in a monolithic way. If you built something on Ethereum, there was the application and there was the underlying Ethereum blockchain. Now they function in a very modular way. And so you're not just building on Ethereum, you're building on perhaps an interoperability layer, like what I'm working on. You're building on different data availability systems. You might be using different privacy protocols. And I think that it's very important in any of the guidance or rulemaking that moves forward over the coming months to bear that in mind, that in many cases, it's not the case that you can pinpoint a locus of whether control exists or does not, either at the application layer or within the blockchain. A much more complex approach is needed to understand where points of control might exist by founders or creators of these protocols, and where points of control no longer exist. And there might be many different components of the system under scrutiny that lie on different points of that spectrum. So that's a conversation that I hope that we get into.
Joe, just one quick follow-up. As a practical matter, how important is interoperability?
Oh, I think it's critical because it will exist no matter what. Markets, I believe I stand with Eric and I say that markets are emergent and they will evolve on their own, whether any of us in this room like it or not. And in our increasingly digital and global world, markets will find ways to collide. And so whether we allow them to collide and work together and interoperate safely, securely, with appropriate disclosures to consumers who might be using them in those ways, or whether we have to force them to collide in more chaotic ways, or force those interactions between them underground or into spaces that don't have disclosures, it's going to happen. And so I think it's absolutely critical that we as technologists build the systems to allow that interoperability to happen safely, securely, while still meeting the standards that consumers expect. And that you all as regulators and overseers of the system create frameworks that are conducive to that.
Omid, I can see you, okay. I was looking down at the other end. So if I got this right, and I think I do, you wrote a book, a very interesting title, Re-Architecting Trust. After the colon, the curse of history and the crypto cure for money markets and platforms from a couple of years ago. So 3 related questions here, piggybacking on that. What do you mean by re-architecting? What do you mean by trust? And what is the ill that crypto cures?
So first, thank you for having me. And it's so great that these events have been taking place. For anybody who's written a book, know that you usually have the title that you want to use, and then your editor and publisher tells you that you can't use it because it's not going to lead to enough clicks on Amazon. But I did stick to my grounds on something related to architecture, because I think crypto is actually a very rare opportunity to change the architecture of finance in a fundamental way, and for the better, obviously. But a lot of what other people consider financial innovation has been very iterative over the years, and the core infrastructure might be mostly digital now, but the architecture of it is actually the same as the analog era, right? And we still call it a wire transfer, which goes back to the invention of the telegraph. So my interest in crypto is actually how it can achieve the goals that finance has been moving towards for centuries, but to do it in a fundamentally different way because of these new tools like cryptography and consensus mechanisms, and even developments in mechanism design. So that was the impetus for the title. The problem it solves is that I think traditional finance some years ago sort of hit the limit of what it could achieve. And I think it's important not to dismiss that. There is a tendency within the crypto industry to treat quote unquote TradFi as just being bad. But we would not have the modern successful economy that we do in America if it wasn't for the very robust financial markets that we have and the banking system that we have. And that wouldn't be possible without both the institutions and the regulators that got us here. But the problems of that system are becoming increasingly apparent, especially in the global digital economy. Mainly, almost none of it runs continuously. It is designed to sometimes present the like the veneer of continuous operation, but the actual settlement is often done with significant delays. 2, the system is not transparent at all. This is one reason why TradFi needs to be heavily regulated, because otherwise it's practically impossible to know what's going on inside of it. And then 3, it is extremely fragmented. There are many databases in TradFi, and they almost never directly talk to each other, partly because a lot of the systems are national and not designed for an international economy. So to me, the re-architecture opportunity is sort of start from the first principles of, well, what do we all agree is good? We all agree that continuous operation is good. We agree that transparency is good. We agree that interoperability is good. And then with crypto in general and DeFi in particular, how do we use these new tools to achieve all of the goals that we've been working towards for a very long time?
Where does trust fit in? Just to zero in on that word. And how do you think about trust in the context of all the things you just mentioned from a more technological perspective?
So trust to me is the only product of the financial services industry. Like at the end of the day, when we talk about banking, we talk about capital markets, securities, raising money, trading things. But if you zoom out, and this is something that I'm forced to do because I have to teach a class on this, what is it that all of these institutions provide? What's the product or service? It is trust. that for lenders and borrowers and buyers and sellers and entrepreneurs and operators, there are certain guaranteed outcomes that you get from the fairly esoteric world of money and finance. And we've had one model of how we've achieved it historically, which is that we have these institutions that show up and say, we're going to do it. Then regulators come and say, well, we need you to do it well, because when you fail, it's worse than almost any other industry failing. And usually there are rules, they are handed to the intermediaries and they're asked to please follow them. And then if they don't, there are certain penalties that are entailed. With crypto, part of the re-architecture thesis, and this is the point that some of the other panelists have made, we could use code and cryptography to lead to certain guaranteed outcomes. And that's something that's never really been possible before.
Kevin, so glad you were jumping in, because I was coming to you next. But let me just tee it up a bit. This may be where you're going in any event. So you too have a book, more than one. But the one I'm going to call out is The Blockchain and the New Architecture of Trust. So similar questions in terms of architecture, in terms of trust. But you also have kind of a broader purview in terms of being a professor of legal studies, ethics at Wharton. And so as you think about these themes that Omid was talking about and that have featured in other commenters' comments, what's your take on trust, on architecting, and in particular, what it means in terms of how we think about the regulatory environment in terms of what's warranted to regulate, and then the how you regulate it in light of what really are fundamental differences in terms of the technology and what it allows and what it may mean and how things get done, and the less dependence on intermediaries, again, picking up on what Omid and others have said.
Sure. Thank you very much. It's a pleasure to be here. I was last in this room in 2019. I said 2018 to Commissioner Peirce, but the SEC had a fintech forum. I guess they couldn't call it the digital asset or blockchain or crypto forum back then. But we were not yet talking about DeFi. We were talking about many of these same issues. And that's one thing I want to start. They're challenging issues. I think it's important to discuss the importance of innovation and the value of not being too worried about risks. But the reality is, when we get into these issues, there are risks, and there are better and worse ways to address these issues, and we need to think about them, which I know we're starting to do in this discussion. Yeah, I wanted to jump in when Onan was talking about trust. I think I have a very simple definition of trust, and it's important to understand trust is not certainty. In fact, trust is something that happens in the absence of certainty. If I am absolutely 100% certain of what's going to happen, I don't need to have any trust. And this gets to, I think I take issue somewhat with what Eric was suggesting about smart contracts being perfect regulators. They are perfect to the extent that software is perfect. And we know that software is imperfect. There may be errors, there may be hacks. It may be that what we think we are telling the software to do is not what we are actually telling the software to do. It may be that when the software gets out in the world, it will interact in ways that we didn't anticipate, and therefore will not produce a result that we anticipated. Same set of issues we're dealing with in the AI context with issues of alignment and so forth. So trust is about situations where we need confidence despite vulnerability. That's really all it is. It's the environment where actors are confident in moving forward and taking a risk, taking a leap of faith, despite the lack of absolute certainty. And to some extent, I think that's what regulators are trying to do. They're trying to facilitate markets. And it's true, markets will go where they want to go, but where they want to go may not be what's ultimately in everyone's best interest. United States capital markets are the best and deepest and in many ways most innovative in the world, not because they're the least regulated, but because we have the history of a very effective regulatory structure. And I think that's where we need to start with DeFi. And so on the question of trust, what I talk about in the book is that trust has architecture, just has structures. And I won't go into all the details, but all the traditional trust structures, even though they're still valuable and useful today, have reliance on some central actor. It might be a counterparty, it might be the government as a backstop, it might be some intermediary. And those are still valuable mechanisms of trust. They produce efficiencies and other kinds of social benefits, but there are limitations. And blockchain is a new kind of trust that does not get rid of the need for trust, causes trust to be diffused in different kinds of actors and different kinds of activities, but eliminates the idea of a central locus of trust, one central point of failure or administrative control over the system. But then when we get to this regulatory question, we need to ask what's actually happening and what are our concerns? And I think one can start with looking at the text of the securities laws, but the reality is capital markets today look nothing like they did in the 1930s. They look nothing like they did probably in the 1970s or 1980s. We've had tremendous, unbelievable technological innovation and change. And so, for example, Rebecca is right that what it means to have a multi-sig contract for emergency suspension of a DeFi protocol is different than what a circuit breaker is in equities or other capital markets today. But those are both mechanisms of dealing with a real problem, which is in these complex adaptive markets, we have things like emergent harms. We have things like flash crashes happening, which is something that maybe didn't happen in the 1930s. Lots of other things happened in the 1930s. And so we need to think about what are the mechanisms consistent with both our ideals and our legal structure to address them. And so I think we need to come back and start with the concerns. And Rebecca earlier on mentioned several concerns about DeFi. My group, the Wharton Blockchain and Digital Asset Project, did a report on DeFi in 2021, actually 2 papers with the World Economic Forum. One's called DeFi Beyond the Hype. One's called DeFi Policymaker Toolkit. And in the toolkit, we go through 6 broad categories of risks and start to unpack how we might think about them. They don't all call for regulation. I'll just list them and then stop. But we should think about what do we need to do and what can we do most effectively in ways that have the minimum cost to innovation and to our values, things like freedom of speech, as Peter described, how to address them in the best possible way. We talked about financial risks. There are risks to investors in participating in these markets, various kinds of financial risks. There are technical risks, which I think is largely what's being described here under the rubric of cyber risks. But remember, these are all software systems in DeFi and blockchain. So everything at some levels is cyber risk, but there certainly are vulnerabilities and attacks and issues in the coding of the software. There are operational risks, things like key management, things like governance. There are legal risks in terms of these systems being used for illicit purposes. And there are emergent risks, things like flash crashes and flash loans and so forth, that are novel kinds of results of interacting systems. And so I think what should regulators do? They should go through and catalog the risks and then identify the appropriate ways consistent with the law to address those risks that are the most advantageous. And then to the extent that the law does not allow for that, think about how the law needs to change.
Great. So I'm going to go to Michael Jordan and then Gabe. Everybody chuckles when I say Michael Jordan here. Right? But anyway, I'm going to go to Michael in a minute. And then Gabe. But Eric, I don't know if there's anything you wanted to say. If not, that's okay. But if there's anything you wanted to say in light of some of the comments from Kevin.
Yeah, you're right. I shouldn't have said perfect. That's fair. I think what's important here is not that that the smart contracts are perfect regulators, but that they are a step function improvement over human regulators, frankly. A famous or a wise person once said that America was special because it is a nation of laws and not of men. This is an appeal to the rule of law, basically the idea that a society that can move to a non-arbitrary form of rule is better than one that is based on the arbitrary whims of any human. Some people are good, some people are bad, many people are bad and they think they're good. But no matter what, we're all subjective humans and we make mistakes and we're squishy in our points of view. Smart contracts are not squishy. They execute exactly according to the code. And when there is a problem, as there often is, you can patch it, you can fix it, you can upgrade it, and you can know a priori how the system will actually operate. You can never do that with men, with human regulators. This is a step function improvement. And so far from being a tool of anarchy, cryptocurrency, blockchains, DeFi should be seen as a tool of ultimate order. And that's a very different kind of perspective, I think, that is worth noting.
So before getting to Michael, Rebecca.
Just very briefly, I want to pick up on something that Omid and Kevin both said, but Omid had said trust is the only product of the financial services industry. And I think even with the heavy regulation we have on the financial services industry, both via the SEC and the CFTC and the numerous other regulators that we have in the US, which is very different than other systems around the world, I think there is very little trust in the financial services industry. And Bitcoin was born of that lack of trust in many ways. And that, to Eric's point, we need laws because humans do all have subjective judgment. We all are coming from different interactions and different backgrounds. And one of the ways to architect this trustlessness that we find in DeFi, and to pick up on what Jill said, that even in the case of unanticipated events, large volatility, DeFi code or smart contracts will continue to operate as intended as long as it was tested and the like in the right way. And so while I agree that one of the best things we can do, as Kevin said, is to look at all the different risks, I think we have to take a step back and look at the source of risk, because even if a risk is user loss, where it comes from may be very different than in the traditional securities markets, which is errors in human judgment or holding on to data. And I think most regulators around the world have said, this is a complex question. We cannot solve it in the way we're used to. And even some of the French prudential regulators have put together private French-only working groups to try to figure out this DeFi question, and have put out even sandboxes to say, well, we could do cyber assessments and green light certain types of DeFi protocols to give users the information they need to be able to have the trustlessness to engage in DeFi.
So Michael, I'm gonna just frame up what Rebecca was saying for a sec. I think it'd probably be something we come back to. And then Michael, I'll come to you with a question. So I think, Rebecca, to what you were saying, if I got it right, and just to build on, you got, and others are making similar points, right? You got the risk, what is it? What's the nature of it? What have you? But then you have the whole nother cascade of questions that then flow from that, if I'm hearing what, again, a number of folks are saying, which is, for example, among other things, you got the risk. What's the nature of it? What's the magnitude of it? How would you regulate it if you wanted to regulate it effectively? At what cost? What are the trade-offs associated with trying to regulate it, whatever it is, in a particular way or another? And then you have another question, which maybe we'll kind of park for now, come back to later if folks want to, which is, even if you find answers and say you get to the end of that list of questions, there are other questions that you could tease out. You get to who ought to be the one regulating it, right? So that's yet a whole nother question, and that can be a function of regulatory expertise. It can also be a function of just statutory authority, which of course that can change in terms of what legislative action there may be. So the who ought to regulate, I think, is a really just important question, the authority question, the expertise question, that itself can be difficult to answer as if all the other questions were somehow easy. Those are difficult too, but then you have the who ought to regulate it, which has its challenges in terms of just trying to zero in on what the right answer is. But Michael, feel free at this point to comment on anything, because we've talked about a lot of stuff, but I was interested in something very specific, because you have a lot of experience on the investing side of things. And so when you're investing and working with those who are investing, you need to think about a whole host of things that are going to speak to whether or not this particular opportunity, this particular business, has long-term success that on a risk-adjusted basis is worth allocating capital to, as compared to whatever the next best alternative happens to be. And there's a lot that goes into that. Part of that, of course, is just flat out, what's the business opportunity? On the upside, part of that is what's the risk environment look like? And then part of that is what's going to be the risk management, the compliance requirements, and then to what extent does that actually hinder the ability to achieve the upside, right? So you kind of figure all that stuff out. Doing that in this particular context, where there's all the questions that the panelists have raised, the comments from the commissioners and Chairman Atkins, how do you factor that in terms of the investing, yes, don't, in this particular project, whatever it happens to be? And then relatedly, is there a particular something the SEC could do that would make at least that calculus an easier calculus? Another way to put that is to wring some of the uncertainty out of it, so at least you have a better sense as to what it is that you're investing in, both in terms of the opportunity as well as the associated risks.
a multidimensional question, but I'll start with a talk we gave at our research conference that said that tokens are broken. We think that tokens are broken for investors, for founders, for users of DeFi systems. And the reason they're broken is something that SEC can help us with, which is right now, it is more profitable to listen to user demand. We have a founder of a great protocol here. He is competed by people willing to take shortcuts. And the shortcuts are things that users want him to do because it's cheaper, faster, and simpler. We have created an environment that makes it harder for the teams to do it the right way. What we need to do is create a golden bridge that everyone crosses. That is where the best capital, the best founders, and the right set of outlines for what you're going to do if you want to access this market live. The way we can do that is reacting to the common pattern we've seen in this industry of we have a new demand for use. Someone wants to do something. Our technology is not quite ready for it. We have to make a compromise. It's too complicated to store your private keys. So you give it to someone else. That someone else doesn't do what they're supposed to do. A lot of leverage builds up and we have a crisis and we have to remedy it. In our view, the right way to do this is to give the good actors like Jill and like Stani the equivalent foot to compete with people who do not follow the same rules. And so the market does not know the difference between a lemon and a peach. And the goal of good regulation should be to help people like us price those and market those correctly.
You have a concrete example or a concrete something that illustrates?
So a concrete thing that happens, Eric talked about this a little bit. Crypto systems are perfectly verifiable and auditable. We have no issues with that. And people like me get on stage and broadcast that. The problem is what happens outside the protocol. There are market maker agreements where people will pay for transaction volume that are not legible to the market. The market can't synthesize that information and price that is incentivized activity versus what looks like natural activity. Those off-chain agreements need to be disclosed if someone wants to participate in them in our market.
Is that one last question? Then I'm going to come, Gabe, to you. So just, Michael, one last question on that. You used a word that is coming up a lot in the discussions, which is activity or activity. So from what you just described, would you agree, and I don't want to speak for Rebecca, but in terms of what I believe she was saying by way of the activities-based approach, and tell me if I'm mischaracterizing in any way, that's the right way, setting aside what any particular regulation should or shouldn't be, setting aside what any particular risk warrants additional regulation, setting all those big questions to the side, just as in terms of an overall approach. Would you agree with the perspective that some have expressed, focus on activities as a way to think about it wherever that leads?
It's the only way to do it. The reason is the technologists like myself, former software engineer, will come up with a new way to provide the activity if we regulate the technology. If we regulate the agreement, someone will circumvent it. It's about the activity. What you're seeing in DeFi today, there's a market called Hyperliquid that is dominating market share. They're making changes to their software to make it more performance because users want more performance. We need to make sure users understand what they're using and why. And you cannot do that by any other way than what is the action activities being offered by the platform.
Gabe. So once again, given that we've covered a lot of territory, feel free to respond and react and build on anything that's been said. But one of the things that I thought I'd tee up here is, as I understand it, that you yourself spend a lot of time thinking about innovative legal frameworks that get at all the things that have been a focus of discussion here today. So what are some of those innovative legal frameworks, in some sense, picking up on a lot of the different points that have been made, some of which are about regulatory frameworks, some of which are about risks, some of which are about opportunities, some of which are about technology, some of which are about just kind of a different mindset and construct with which to even engage the discussion, which is not easy when we have a very established frameworks and constructs for how regulatory regimes have been built. So in some sense, easier said than done. But as somebody like yourself who thinks squarely about that, how to innovate these sorts of legal and regulatory constructs. I presume it's also the case kind of organizational constructs as well, which you can think of as a form of regulation, even if it's not rules and regulations and statutes and law. Organizational structure has a way of channeling behavior, et cetera, activities and the like. So what are your thoughts?
Yeah, sure. So yeah, I think we're starting to get into the weeds a little bit. A lot of the conversation's been very high level, but I think the devil's in the details, and I like the devil. There's a few things I would say. I mean, I absolutely agree with everything everyone has said. Yes, you have to look at, there's the system, and then there's the roles of various people acting on it. But we have just had many years of lawsuits and other things around facts and circumstances-based tests, namely the Howey test. And I think that no one liked that very much. No one wants to analyze in excruciating detail the facts and circumstances of what everyone is doing on every different system in every different way every single time. So we do have to look at all these things, but the end goal of looking at those things should, in my opinion, be to divide things into categories and players into categories and have rules so that people know where they are. And of course, there are always edge cases. Yes, that's why we go to the SEC and we talk to them. We get no action letters, or we have litigations to figure out the edge cases. But we should be driving toward rules. And I believe there is a difference, as Michael was saying, between a decentralized autonomous system and a system that just happens to be on a blockchain but isn't actually decentralized and autonomous. And we're going to need in law some recognition of this, where these lines are. They may not be perfect. There may be edge cases, but we're going to need it. Now, I do think that, in terms of why are we doing this? Why does it matter? What is on which side of that line? Well, the reason is that basically, if you do this right, if you have a decentralized autonomous system, it's not that there's no trust in no one and that no people are involved, or it's this beautiful transcendental machine, but rather you don't necessarily have to trust your direct counterparty. And the things that you are trusting in generally are not individual people's discretion or that they're good people or whatever, but it's rather their incentives and their powers, right? And so what regulation should do and what legal constructs should do is help support this wonderful feature. Because if the United States and North Korea can transact on a blockchain, or if two powerful corporate competitors can transact on a blockchain, where typically they would have to use, you would have to put millions and millions of dollars into a bank escrow, and they would worry, what country is the escrow in? Does the president of that country know the president of that bank, or whatever? You don't have to do that anymore. You do it on the blockchain, and you can just trust in a broadly distributed, geographically diverse group of validators, incentives, and their very limited powers, right? So the way that law can support this is a few things. Number one, there are some things that aren't on chain, as Michael was talking about. There are market maker agreements. There may be agreements between the validators of a protocol and the labs company or foundation of a protocol where they're getting subsidized in certain ways. That is very important information to everyone to know, because that changes their powers and incentives potentially, right? So we need a notice and disclosure regime that captures these potential conflicts of interest or these potential off-chain things. Number two is many things are trust minimized by the systems themselves, right? But there are some things that are not trust minimized by it. So Rebecca mentioned the case of a multi-sig, an emergency multi-sig that can stop a protocol, and that could be very trust minimized. Like maybe the only thing you can do is you can stop the trading and you can turn it into withdrawal only mode, but there's no way that this multi-sig can withdraw the money. Well, still, nevertheless, there could be that multi-sig could just it's only supposed to be for emergencies and hacks, but maybe a government just really doesn't like the protocol and it sends everyone an order to just stop it because it doesn't like it, or because one of its enemies is transacting on it, right? And so there can be there should be some legal arrangements still that say, okay, you're supposed to be an emergency multi-sig. Let's define emergency. Let's define what you will disclose your conflicts of interest. Let's define, is there some procedure that perhaps can happen where instead of doing something bad that people have been told to do, they just resign from it and control reverts to the DAO, right? So, I call these things cybernetic organizations, AKA Borgs, where basically you have a mix of legal protections and smart contract protections. In that example, the smart contract protection is that there's not very much they can do to the protocol. They can turn off the trading and they can turn it into withdrawal only mode. That would be a smart contract protection. And the legal protection would be the procedure whereby you define what an emergency is, when they're supposed to act, and when they're not supposed to act. Right. So I do think that law has an important role here in sort of bringing out the best of this technology's capabilities to allow potential adversaries even to still commercially transact.
So Gabe, I'm going to ask a quick follow-up of you. Then we go to Peter. One, I think Peter has a thought. Number two, I'm going to give Peter the chance to talk about low for a moment. But I would encourage everybody else, since we've now gotten through and there's already been some interaction, if you want to just catch my attention, wave your hand, what have you, I can get the queue going. We'll get through what we can in the next 15 minutes or so before the break, and then we'll pick up on it, as well as with the benefit of the audience and their input after the break. So feel free to get my attention if there's anything you want to talk about. Hopefully there is. I'll create the list. But Gabe, real quick, and then Peter, to you. So in terms of what you're saying, kind of the cybernetic construct that you just mentioned, for the SEC, so I'm sitting back putting my former hat on, I'm like, all right, that's really interesting stuff. So now what do I do? Right? So we just gotta get to that very bottom line question, particularly when you think about it from the perspective of the SEC's authority. And to the extent, part of the answer is, hey, these are really interesting things, but they're really for somebody else, whatever your thoughts are. But I think that would be useful to see how what you said kind of translates for agencies like the SEC or perhaps other financial regulators.
Right. It's the SEC fundamentally has a disclosure mandate. And I think that is a very, very powerful innovation. I realize people in crypto currently think it's very bad, but at its core, and there have been many things. Look, there have been many things that make it perhaps not ideal, because there have been layers and layers of things where it's creeped from a disclosure regime into somewhat of a conduct regulation regime. Right, like if you you force everyone to do environmental disclosures, that can end up being a conduct regulation because they don't like the things they would have to disclose as a result of that, and so they change their conduct. But at its core, and then there's things like Sarbanes-Oxley, which have so many layers of auditing and certifications and controls. These would be completely inapplicable to crypto, right? But if you just go back to the core intuition that investors and other types of operators should have all material information that they would want to have to reasonably make intelligent decisions about things. Not everything in crypto is on chain, right? And so you have to look at where are the potential conflicts of interest, where are the rooms for collusion, where are the ways people could break these systems, and require disclosure around those. That would be enormously useful. And I think that's really all you need. You don't need to regulate conduct that much. And the other thing would be to recognize where the information is already transparent, it's already on chain. Then you don't go and require redundant disclosure because everyone can already see that, right? And so it is different, but it's a disclosure mandate, and the SEC would be good at that.
Peter.
The initial thought I had is that, we're not going to want, say, an emergency on a particular specified escape hatch multi-sig contract to be something that the SEC defines, right? This would be a mess of a rulemaking that I can only imagine the kind of feedback we get from a public comment process. What you want is an emergent order here where people feel comfortable disclosing exactly how they want to set up their system and making very clear to the user how they're going to set up their system, such that when they betray those expectations, you can pursue fraud claims against them. Now, an interesting question is, can we just use typical fraud jurisdiction? Do we want to use the SEC's anti-fraud jurisdiction? And are there issues with things that aren't swept into that? Would there still be things left on the table? And so, briefly, I put in my 2 cents. I think when you have a new emergent marketplace with new actors who are doing new and novel things, You actually want more of an organic regulatory model where people can define their own terms and then can be prosecuted for fraud for failure to live up to those terms. You don't want a prescriptive regulatory regime where people are forced to fit into buckets that have been defined ex ante by a regulator, even if that regulator is very smart. They're going to be short-sighted with respect to all the many flowers that will bloom in that world. And so, briefly, to try and bodge this together with what I wanted to say about SEC versus Lowe is you have an example of First Amendment jurisprudence here where, we have to figure out where the line is between conduct that we can require a license for or registration for ex ante versus conduct that you're going to be allowed to do, even if it generates risks, and we will only police you after the fact. So Lowe is this disgraced investment advisor he loses his right to be an investment advisor, which is a regulated professional conduct category by the SEC. And instead, he decides to start publishing a newsletter for like 25 cents a page. And in the newsletter, you'll find all of Lowe's best stock tips. And it just so happens that Lowe gets money from the people who issue these garbage stocks and then profits off of having them in his newsletter. But the newsletter is just something that anyone can buy. And this case stretched the SEC's jurisdiction right up to the First Amendment in a way that's hopefully fairly obvious, in that the SEC said, no, you're still an investment advisor. We told you can't do that anymore. You're supposed to register, and you're actually banned from doing this because you did it so badly before. Ultimately, when this went all the way up to the Supreme Court, and White said, actually, I'm free to, Lowe said, I'm free to publish my newsletter. It doesn't have personal advice in it to clients. I don't have clients. The Supreme Court ruled in favor of Lowe. Justice White authored the deciding opinion in a concurrence and said, look, I'm not endorsing this conduct. Things that get written can be bad. But in this case, this person is engaged in the publication of speech. And figuring out what the difference is between publishing that newsletter that anyone can buy, it's not taking fees, by the way. Commissioner Peirce rightly mentioned Ether Delta and the Zach Coburn enforcement action, where one of the fact patterns was that he could adjust the fee on the decentralized smart contract or decentralized exchange smart contract. It's not just taking fees, because Lowe published this newsletter for a fee and got lots of money from the shady penny stock people who wanted their stocks in the newsletter. What Justice White said in his concurrence is that there's a difference between that neutral publishing activity and regulatable conduct, where one takes the affairs of their customer in hand and exercises judgment on their behalf. And so if you want a good standard for when suddenly you can be subject to some sort of regulation, I think you're right there. If you take the affairs of the customer in hand by designing an emergency escape hatch that you describe clearly, and then you betray those expectations, you're now engaged in something that looks like conduct that can be subject to regulation and not engaged in pure speech. So hopefully I mix those two things together. But
got it. Eric.
Yeah, I worry that this disclosure thing is a bit of one of those good intentions that paves the way to hell. I don't imagine many of you are happy going to a website and clicking on accept all every single time you visit a new website because of GDPR compliance. Does anyone believe that that has improved the human experience? No. How many of you, when you get a new credit card, read through the 15 pages of sometimes capital letters, sometimes bold, sometimes small print, to make sure that you have read all of the regulated disclosures provided by the credit card company? You don't. These things have a way of snowballing, and a much more reasonable, civil, freedom-oriented way to handle this stuff is through the notion of fraud. Basically, in your example, if a new project is doing some kind of market maker deal, well, if you're going to invest in that project, you should perhaps ask them if they're doing that kind of thing. Ask them to affirm something, ask them to deny something. It can be in a public setting, a public message board or anything like that. They will then have to answer. If they don't answer, maybe that's a red flag and you should stay away from that investment. And if they answer and then they act not in accordance with their own statements, now that is fraud. That seems like a very appropriate way to actually go after bad actors because they're actually committing fraud. There are too many different types of things that might have to be disclosed for this idea that disclosure should be a regulated forcing function. It sounds good, and it's going to lead to the experience of DeFi and crypto getting much worse. And I think now is probably the time to not tread down that road.
Why doesn't requiring Apple to do disclosures make the experience of using an iPhone worse?
Which disclosures are you talking about?
Their 10Ks, their 8Ks, their SEC disclosures that they make. It doesn't affect using an iPhone at all, and it does help the market value Apple stock, get ahead of issues, know that their financials are accurate. Yeah, I don't quite get it.
I have no problem with Apple deciding to disclose things because huge investors with billions of dollars demand that kind of information.
But they're legally, yeah. But it's it's not really scalable for financial markets, right? Part of the reason why the capital markets, the capital equity markets work beautifully is, every individual investor doesn't go and have to talk to Apple management, right? It's just disclosed. And, it's also not, because they're required to say certain things, as you say, they must actually say something in order for it potentially to be fraudulent. Everyone has the same information. They don't have to go and actually talk to Apple about it. And, everyone's in parity. I think there's a certain beauty to that. Now, it can go too far, obviously, and there are trade-offs, right? But this is part of why markets work and why, Apple can trade Apple stock can trade at great scale by many institutions, is because we've solved that social scaling problem through law. Everyone gets the same information.
Standards of disclosure can absolutely be handled by marketplaces. Like if you're an exchange and you want to be reputable and you want to draw volume to yourself, it's in your interest and it's in the interest of your customers for the assets that you list to provide certain information that you think is appropriate. And I think it's not a scary world to imagine that different exchanges might have different listing requirements. That's okay. It's okay if not everyone does the same thing. It's okay if not everyone is forced into the same regime. And that flexibility, that dynamism is precisely the thing that allows markets to grow and for innovations to happen. There's a lot of, if you go into this disclosure issue, a lot of the reason that crypto tokens are not securities is because to become a security, registered as a security, they would have to abide by these disclosures, many of which don't even apply to them. And
absolutely, you would have to tailor the disclosure regime. I would just leave you with one question, and we should probably let other people talk.
We're going to move on.
But one quick question just to think about. Why were these disclosure rules invented in the first place? Why didn't, in the Roaring 20s, when it was a very free market, why didn't all these people get together and just start disclosing these things? Why did we have to pass a law about it?
We can bracket that. Maybe come back after the break if folks think that going down further the disclosure. To the extent disclosure, it's interesting because disclosure is often seen as a less burdensome regulatory technique than substantively regulating conduct or activities as such. And yet disclosure can be difficult as well to craft a disclosure-based regime that itself is effective in terms of what's disclosed, how it's disclosed, when it's disclosed, how frequently it's disclosed, and all the rest. So it's notable just as a general proposition that while disclosure is sometimes seen as easier than conduct-based or substantive-based or activities-based regulation, it is by no means easy. And part of it is thinking about, from my perspective, part of it is thinking about the ways in which those to whom the information is being disclosed actually engage with the information. Does it actually improve their decision-making, or does it frustrate their decision-making in a way where disclosure may prove to be counterproductive? So it can be a complicated crafting the right disclosure regimes in any particular context can be complicated, setting aside this particular context. So I think there's probably more to come back to on all of that. But let me go to Jill.
Thank you. As both a consumer of products in the DeFi space and the broader blockchain ecosystem, and also a founder behind some of them, I am strongly motivated by both the value and the value proposition of transparency. And for that reason, I think that disclosures, whether they're mandated from an oversight body or a regulatory body, or whether they have just become industry best practice, I think they're enormously helpful. I'm speaking even from my own personal experience as a consumer. As I mentioned earlier, these systems are extraordinarily complicated under the hood. I don't read the 15-page credit card agreement when I sign up for a new card, nor do I audit my own smart contracts as a consumer when I'm using products. But in both cases, I think the transparency and the fact that there are people in each respective industry who are scrutinizing these transparent details is extremely helpful. It's not an enviable position to be in, to either be on the industry side and trying to promote self-regulation, or to be at an oversight body to try to walk the line between being overly burdensome and creating a regime and a set of best practices that people abide by that is actually helpful to consumers. I want to touch very briefly on what I think is at stake on that front. If I was to draw a thread through my career, a common theme has been the great assets that the United States has in terms of being able to attract capital, both due to the dynamics around its capital markets and due to the power and the strength of the US dollar as a means of savings and of payments. I live in Silicon Valley, San Francisco. It is the hub of innovation globally. Every social network, every AI application that you use, that you have on your phone, has been invented there. I am one of a handful of crypto founders left there. I want to emphasize that. This was not the case 5 or 6 years ago. It used to be a buzzing hub of crypto activity. It is rare these days to come by someone who is still living not just in Silicon Valley, but in the United States, who's an entrepreneur in this space. And it's due to the regimes that not only the US as a government and as an ecosystem and as a set of institutions has imposed, but it's also due to the challenging aspects that Michael Jordan touched upon earlier as an industry ourselves of the practices that have been created. There's been a chilling effect throughout the industry, especially for those domiciled in the United States, and especially on the best, most scrupulous actors in the industry. People sometimes say to me and they question, oh, you still work in crypto? I thought that it was, just sort of frauds and bad actors left there. And that's because if it feels like it's illegal to work in crypto, if it feels like you're doing something bad, it's going to drive out those most scrupulous actors, either outside of the United States or out of the industry altogether. And that's far too often been the case. And I think that it's critical that we don't create overly burdensome disclosure regimes or other regulatory regimes and further drive out the good, well-intended actors. But I also think it's critical that we have norms around transparency so that those who are trying to create best practices that do protect consumers and retail users and investors can thrive and compete against those who are less scrupulous.
All right, so we're at about time for the break, so as not to go over and make sure we have the proper break. So here's the game plan. Somebody from the commission is going to give a couple of instructions in a moment. For the queue, I have Omid and Rebecca. There are probably others, so the others can just come up to me during the break. I'll get the list going. Comments and questions that have come in from the audience, we'll fold those into the discussion. And I guess that's it for now, other than a couple of instructions.
Hello. It's my last chance at the mic during these roundtables, so thank you for indulging me. I want to thank everyone on the panel. I followed many of your work and thinking for so many years, and I appreciate that those of you who have stayed in the U.S. and continue to build. I value your contributions today. You have really defied my expectations. Innovation always feels quick because most of the time, by the time we're exposed to new technology, it has already achieved commercial success and scaled. We see the fully baked product and quickly lose appreciation for the process. A lot of the points made today about the American spirit have really resonated with me. Even my elementary age children understand the promise of freedom that America promises. They remind me on an almost daily basis that they can't wait to grow up. Because once they do, they won't have to ask permission to engage with a technology that we greatly limit in our house. That's right. They can't wait to have permissionless access to ice cream. We take for granted all the innovation that makes ice cream readily available for us. Hand churns, large-scale factories, and refrigeration. The rules and regulations around the availability of ice cream took decades to standardize. And as a result, we have a somewhat consistent and delicious ice cream experience. We will now take a short break where we, as adults, can have as many ice creams as we want. I invite you to go to the lobby and enjoy some ice cream. When we return, the panel will turn to answering questions from the audience. There are note cards available outside that you can fill out any questions that you have, or you can submit them, as Tori mentioned, at crypto@sec.gov. Ileana is here, and she can take your cards from you, or I can take them as well, and we'll get them to Troy to ask our panelists. So thank you. Please enjoy your ice cream, and see you back here at 3:30.
Yeah, we will be waiting. We got 3:30. We got 30 minutes, guys. 30 minutes. I know my camera's not on at the moment. Go ahead and smash the like. I have a Telegram group where it's free. Everything I do is free. I don't charge for anything. I don't have paid groups. I don't have a coin. I don't have anything like that. You can't give me your money. I can't scam you. I don't have a smart contract that I'm trying to sell on you. Okay? I like learning about this stuff. And I think it's moving forward quickly. You saw in the beginning, they were talking about, well, centralized control. You guys know I'm the campaign I've been on. Let me show you a little bit about what's going on over in the world of my Twitter page. It's been absolutely electric. Whoops. It's been absolutely electric. Okay? Yesterday, I published a video called Hex, the Lowest of Stakes, From Gucci to Garbage, Social Engineering Masterclass Exposed by Me. And I have been flaming Richard Hart all over the internet because he's been wrong about just about everything he's ever said. And if you bought any of his products compared to basically everything, you lost about 800% purchasing power from the first fucking video that dude's ever made. So what's up with Richard Hart's law? Remember he said all assets move together if they're bonded by liquidity? Whoops. That doesn't look like bonded liquidity, does it? It looks like exit liquidity, right, Richard? You got to sell out everything or it won't go back up, right? The SEC is catching on to this shit. It is savage. It is brutal. It is out of control. He has to block everyone. Richard Hart has to block everyone on the internet for his shit to go up because everyone has to sell out. I am here to let everyone know Richard Hart was wrong about everything. And now he's begging everyone to double down when we all got SEC subpoenas. I got an SEC subpoena. All right. And guess what? You work for us now, Richard. This is Richard selling the top, partying with his bros and people that don't even like him. And then here's the fat fuck. Excuse me. Here's the guy that unfortunate enough to listen to idiots like this on the right. Idiots. Liars. They want your money. Dude on the left gives them your money. Everyone dude on the left that has a normal heart and soul, dude on the right will sell it all for any amount of money. All right, understood? Here's a new user buying Beppe when it's at all-time highs because it won't stop going up. I've been talking about it for months. I started talking about it down here because it's new. So that's why I brought it up. Because you can actually slow cook your way to glory against stupid Richard Hart crap. Right now I'm live with the SEC. And again, I'll go right back to it. The government is catching on to centralized supply, the real crypto threat. Ask yourself, why isn't Hex or Pulse Chain on major exchanges? Because exchanges don't list tokens that drain their users. The fraud isn't in the code. It's in the manipulation of humans tune in now. The link for our stuff, I'll pop that in here. If you support me, rip that a retweet. Make YouTube chat great again. And listen up.
Generally espouses decentralization is a philosophy that generally espouses movement away from power, authority, or control being centralized with one entity or one actor, and moving towards a disintermediation or a dislocation of both actors, jurisdictions, and other dispersion of the decentralization is a philosophy that generally
Yeah, so this is a huge movement right here. Sorry, I'm not putting on my camera. I'm like leaning back and my shirt's off, and I'm not feel like doing that. But this is catching a lot of steam. If you lost so much money to Richard Hart products compared to the rest of the market because of his social engineering masterclass, which I exposed and I have been exposing nonstop on the internet, and I will continue until the truth comes out. Retweet this tweet if you want to spread the word faster and save new investors from Richard's lying fat fucking ass. All right. Let's proceed. Let's see how I've been destroying him in every single way, shape, or form and fashion. These are all the crypto assets that outperform Richard Hart products since he's ever said a goddamn word about anything. That's every product. There's the stream for the live stream on Twitter. Here's Versace Ferrari, Vegas apartment, Patek 9000 Inu, ticker Chia, hitting all-time highs per usual. Been like that for a long time. I was shilling it way so long ago, dude. I don't even know what to do with you guys anymore. If you want those calls right away, I'm in my Telegram. I drop everything in my Telegram first. DM me. I'll give you the Telegram. This is better marketing than your workout post, Richard Hart win. Repost good stuff like this. You used to interact with new accounts. It worked. Don't anymore. Blame the community for not marketing harder while the price is down 98% and they embarrass their whole fucking lives. This is actually good shit right here, though.
I didn't have a whole lot of money, but you promised, honey, that that little dog cat coin was gonna blast.
That would be an example of something you should post because it's funny, Richard. My life in a nutshell. Versace Ferrari Vegas apartment, Patek 9000 Inu. Beppe is also hitting all-time highs. Happy birthday, Beppe. Here's more memes.
Just got balled on, boy.
Here's Richard being a scumbag.
Balled on, boy.
At the top.
Nothing compared to me. Bring me your girl, dog. You just got balled on, boy. You're nothing compared to me. Bring me your girl, dog. Let me get it. You just got balled on, boy. You're nothing compared to me.
This is more Red Death. Some stuff that's blowing up on my Twitter would be this. 10K USD better turn into $1 million or your ass is grass, Richard. I'll be making gains elsewhere, but I'll check back up on your 2-month roadmap. Chop, chop. Richard Hart works for us now. If he does not 100x his shit, guess what? He's done forever. All on you now, Richard. We already did our part. We already got our subpoenas. GG. Blowing up. Another thing Richard won't talk about because it's actually funny and comical about how wrong Richard was about everything. A song about Pulse Chain going straight down. Here's a good marketing, Richard. There's no world where this is cool. I let everyone know about that, Richard. Watch your step, Richard. And this is the major message. This is the message. And then we'll get back to the SEC and a little bit of music. And you don't perform, I will plaster your fat ass all over the internet for 100 years straight. If you don't perform, I will plaster your fat ass all over the internet for 100 years straight. If you don't perform, I will plaster your fat ass all over the internet for 100 years straight. If you don't perform, I will plaster your fat ass all over the internet for 100 years straight. Another viral tweet from the same day. It's 4 years ago. Hex is at the top of the charts. Richard sees the metrics. Smartest dude in crypto. He knows it's going down. He shills harder, sells more. He knows what's coming. If I could go back, I wouldn't subscribe. I'd fade it. I'd stick with BTC, ETH, and real alts, and you would have too, if you knew what I know now. 4 years, 100 scams, 100 sacrifices, and the big man couldn't even do his own fitness challenge for 3 days. I'm not framing Richard Hart might say so, but I'm showing the contradiction, and it's the most well-deserved FUD campaign in the history of the world, and the price is getting perma-wrecked. He spent years framing lies for people with less experience than him. Those that had more faded him every single time, 10 times out of 10. Eric Wall was right. Richard Hart has the worst price chart in the history of cryptocurrency. If you ran into this man in this video 4 years ago, you were at a crossroads. And if you fell into the trap, you lost all your money. Period. Purchasing power destroyed. Potential at financial freedom, way lower now. Richard has Rolexes, Gucci suits, billions of dollars of merchandise. He's on the run for tax fraud and assault. And that is public information. And no one knows where he is, and he won't stream anymore. Those are not bullish indicators, my friends. And the price directly shows that. Okay? Make sure you smash the like, hit the subscribe, and retweet the post if you're in here. This is serious shit. And I'm on a campaign, yo. I'm highlighting this shit. Not many people can. Not many people have seen every part of this. I've seen every single part. I've participated in every single part. I have a letter from the SEC saying that I'm not bad boy. I didn't ask anyone for help. You know what I'm saying? I have the insight here. If you think I'm scamming you, you'll learn. This will be starting here in just a minute. Go ahead and retweet the stream, share it out, and let us know how you feel about the SEC task force, what they're saying. Richard Hart and Pulse Chain, XCH meme coins blowing up like I've never seen anything blow up before. Anything you want to say? I have a Telegram group. DM me. I'm going to walk downstairs real quick. I'll put on a little music. These are really good conversations from the SEC. I wouldn't miss it if I were you. This will give you a heads up on what the landscape's going to look like in the United States. We are the biggest financial hub of the world. That's number one. This is super critical for your success, because then you can know what you need to be putting your money in and what not to be as we move forward. They are very skeptical about centralized control, and they're not dumb. Richard Hart thought everyone was dumb. We're not all as dumb as you think, Richard. Some of us are much smarter than you think. And we're not, you can't frame us out after 6 years of being wrong. You've been wrong. Richard Hart wrong. Everyone else right. Richard Hart wrong. Everyone else right. Richard Hart wrong. Everyone else right. Richard Hart works for me now. Understood? Biceps in the chat if it's understood. Richard Hart works for me now. You work for me now. If you don't produce, I will plaster your fat ass all over the internet for the rest of time with the worst price charts that ever existed. Go ahead. Talk about more dumb shit. Talk about more useless shit. Lie more. Tell more people distractions. Taxmen do not play. I don't care what country you're in. The lies need to end now. You have to admit you were wrong. Capiche? We will be back. 15 minutes. More SEC talk. Let's get it.
Tribe of Noise Music. 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 Tribe of Noise Music.
If you guys are enjoying my Richard Hart Max FUD campaign, please, 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 please. Sorry, I'm not putting my thing up because I don't have a shirt on because I've been literally just watching this for hours. But if you're enjoying my RH Max FUD campaign, in order to create Max FUD with an egomaniac, you just have to embarrass them. That's the only thing you can do because they just lie and frame everything out. And it's working like a charm. He's losing his shit. He's losing his shit. He's losing control, and he lost control of the supply a long time ago. Guys like me know that. I've been in the trenches for 6 years. It's not that I'm a genius, bro. I am not a genius. Richard will let you think he's a genius, but that's because he stared at his computer for 20 years straight. The human mind is very good at pattern recognition. And when you have DeFi as tools, as you can see, the SEC is catching on to this, centralized control, very bad for scammers. And we have a lot of people in the chat right now. Project Venus, Demanded, Dr. V-Ray, one of the all-time goats. Dr. V-Ray is one of the all-time goats, and he's always learning. Arch, good to see you, brother. How do we do? Biceps in the chat. We're streaming. We got 500 live on X, 18 live on YouTube, 1 on Twitch. Make sure you hit the like button. Boom. You nailed it, Crypto Land. Amika, thank you so much for being here. Everyone, thank you so much for the support lately. There's people online slandering me, telling me I've been to prison, like trying to just do what, saying that I must be in prison, that I must do weird shit, no, they're all lying. I've done nothing. I'm a normal dude. I've just been here for 6 years, and I have the balls to say it in Richard's face after 6 years, which doesn't take much balls. Richard Hart has been wrong about everything. Everything. Richard Hart was wrong. He bought the top of ETH. He lost all your money. Your purchasing power is down forever compared to Bitcoin. 800% down compared to Bitcoin. Just think about that for a second. Hart's Law. Do we remember Hart's Law? This is another big fat fucking lie that this dude spread around the world forever. Hold on, let me drop a file in here. Oh, since there's liquidity, the main liquidity pool between Pulse and ETH, and then Bitcoin and ETH. Well, guess what? BTC moving towards all-time highs. ETH pushing up amazing. Pulse dead. Ink dead. PLSX dead. I don't even have the hex up there anymore. It's dead. These are facts of the matter. And I don't care if I'm framing, Richard. You've been frame farming fucking idiots like me early on your whole life. But some people evolve. And then some people fall into a hole and hide. And I'll give you an out, Richard. This is your out. Say I did it. Or say all the Max FUD just took the chain down. Do whatever you got to do. Admit you were wrong. But you work for me now. I will plaster. I will make a full-time career out of plastering your face all over the internet, Richard. A career. And I'm in the looks for a career right now. So that's President Trump with my face on it. That's a UFC fighter who's begging him to stop the FUD. Stop the FUD, GRC. Don't you know you guys just need to market harder so I can do the Gucci suit thing again? Get fucked. Get out. Get fucked. 100x or you're gone forever, Richard. You've talked enough. You've stolen enough. You've done enough. Oh, dude, I got to. Richard works for me now. I'm a long-term staker. If that stuff's dead forever, I will plaster his face all over the internet for the rest of time. Richard, I will plaster your face all over the internet for the rest of time if you bleed out to ETH like you've been doing for months. And I am smart enough to take advantage of these insights the average user cannot because they have shit to do. I don't have any shit to do. Pressing sell on Pulse isn't that hard for me. Into WETH. Years of against the trend. It's not. It doesn't take rocket science. No, I staked, bro. I take accountability. Richard works for me now. If he doesn't perform, 0 for him. Gone forever. If he can't deal with his tax evasion situation and his assault situation and the Interpol and the international police, then what am I supposed to do? The pressure's building whether I'm here or not. I'm just accelerating it because I've been here the longest and I've seen the entire thing. I've seen Hex from day one. I've seen Richard before all the stuff. I bought Bitcoin at 3,400. I sold it at 56 because Richard was calling tops, and then he called that top because he was locked in back then. He's not locked in anymore, so he bought the top this time with your money, by the way. And yeah, so Richard, if you don't perform, your ass is gone forever. It won't matter what's going on with me. I don't sell you anything. I'm not selling you a coin. Yes, Chia is 1,000 times better than Pulse in every single way, shape, and form. There's not one metric in which Pulse is better than XCH, and they have a different code set, Chia Lisp. They have completely changed the dynamics of what's possible in finance, and they're not worried about the price chart, even though all of their meme coins are literally going up 1,000% a week. And I've been posting them for months. And no one paid me to do it because I'm smart, because I looked at my computer for months and years straight. I just had the luxury of doing that. I'm not smarter than anyone. I just am well studied in this one particular field. I have blind spots galore. I hate mowing my lawn. I hate doing a bunch of shit. I hate paying attention to other stuff. Relationships suffer a lot. That's just how my life's been. But I've been studying this stuff nonstop for years. They could put me on that SEC panel and I would hold up just fine. And it would be no issue. Everything they're saying to me is basic. And I'm not that they're still doing, they have to explain it to the public. So they're not trying to be detailed like that, but they're getting more detailed and they're understanding these metrics. And yes, Richard understood them before them. You have to be careful. Legislation's not a game. Let's get back to the video. We got 4 minutes. Go ahead and share this out if you're in here. If you're in here and you're about that life and you're about what I'm doing, first of all, you need to retweet this tweet because this is a video I think everyone on the fucking planet should watch. I'm telling you, it's me going through word by word a video of Richard talking out of his ass, a random video too. I've done it many times. Pick a random video, play it from 5 years ago. Richard was talking in circles the whole time in order to frame new users to buy his shit so he could sell it and or profit from it. It was never to do with anyone other than himself. And Richard's made that clear a million times throughout 7 years of live streaming. It's always been about him. And I'm just here to highlight it, dude. I don't give a shit about if my stake's good as 0. No. Does the Chia founder F with RH? Absolutely not. Everything RH has ever done in his life is probably everything that Gene Hoffman wishes that the world did not have in it. He doesn't complain about it. He won't even talk about Ethereum anymore because he thinks Ethereum's that trash. Imagine what he thinks about Pulse Chain. It's just forked trash with no updates. That's all it is. It's just forked trash with no updates and $3 billion. Has Gene ever asked anyone for $3 billion? Nope. Is mining Chia profitable? Yep. Is buying Chia going to be profitable soon? Yep. Is Chia in the SEC? Last time we watched this, the Chia guy was on the panel. Think about that. The Chia guy was on the panel. So Gene Hoffman was on this panel because he's a trusted member of the crypto community. He's not trying to steal from you. And it shows in his projects, and it shows in the all-time highs and the naturally occurring apps and the naturally occurring websites and the community that's building faster than way more gradual and fast than Hex was at the time. And I was there, right? So I'm just telling you the truth before we get back to the video. It's still off. XCH meme coins are going up for a reason, the same reason that Ethereum meme coins went up. Because people are figuring out about them and they're learning how to bridge over there. And I'm already a whale in everything I want to be a whale in. So, but I told you all this before I was. I've been buying that chart harder than anyone. Anyone. With all my Pulse Chain funds that were in WE. So it's not that much because there's low liquidity, but that's what I'm saying. Learn, ask questions. I have a Telegram group. You need a private invite. There is no, you can say whatever you want in there as long as it's friendly, and there is no paying. You don't pay me to be in there. You don't pay me for my coin. You don't pay me for anything. I don't want your money. I don't deserve your money. I deserve your attention because I think I put out great content, but that's it. Attention is enough for me on social media. That's all I want. I don't care about your money. Maybe one day I'll come out with a sweet pre-workout or something in 10 years. And then maybe it'll be worth your money, right? I don't give you vapor. I'm not selling you vapor. My reputation is too important to me. But I will expose stuff that I know to be true. And the numbers are showing it. Capiche? Here we go. It's back on. Let's go. Retweet.
That's a good point of view.
Dude, in Tau, I haven't even started talking about Tau yet because it takes me such research, and I'm just not giving people that alpha is not. I'm not even ready to give the alpha yet, so I'm not. You know me, I kind of have to learn it. But I have Tau, and I got it under $100, and it's like $800 now a token. So I talked about that. Everyone in the community called me a liar. Everyone in the I was the first person on the internet to do a BitTensor video. The first person on the internet to ever, on YouTube to ever do a BitTensor video. And I was confused, and it was many years ago. And guess what? I liked it enough where I figured out how to buy it, and I just left it there. But now the community is blowing up, right? It's blowing up. Subnets are insane everywhere, listed on Coinbase. Guess what? Because it's not a centralized control scam. The reason Hex and Pulse Chain are not listed on centralized exchanges is because they don't want to lose all their money to the guy who owns all the coins. Period. It's not because of slander. It's not because of hate. It's because of centralized supply. And Richard wrote this in the Bitcoin Hex. I have the documentation for everything that Richard's ever done. All his blogs of him crying about losing all his Bitcoin. I have all those. I have the whole downloaded blog. Okay. So when Richard says he was rich forever, but then, he needed everyone's help because he got robbed and lost it all, and then bought all the stuff back at the top of Hex, do the math, do the math, do the math. Look at my timeline on Twitter. Retweet everything. Everything. If you think I'm right. Everything. You can't miss if you retweet everything. It's all dead nuts. Dead nuts. And you'll feel it. You will feel it when you're listening to it. When you're reading it. You'll feel it. You'll say, I know he's right, if you've been around. The chat is fire. We got 566 in here. Make sure you smash the like and hit the retweet. If you're in the YouTube and Twitter chat, hit the retweet button. Oh, shoot, I forgot to pin it. Please hit the retweet. I'm putting in a lot of effort here. I'm not asking for anything. I want people to see the message. And if they see this message, they'll definitely see this message. What a great title, though. How diabolical am I with it? Hex, the lowest of stakes from Gucci to garbage social engineering masterclass. Exposed by me. All in detail, all facts, all charts, all real logic, all for free. The same thing Richard Hart used to preach all over the internet, but he was bluffing. Well, guess what, Richard? I'm not bluffing, and I'm not coming out with some fucking coin that I can lose my reputation on just for money. Because fuck that. Now you have to live in the middle of fucking nowhere because the Interpol red notice is on your ass for tax evasion. Is that rich to you? Does that sound rich? No, it sounds like that sucks ass. They're gathering. They're gathering. Retweet. Retweet.
All right. I think we are ready to go. I heard Peter just say, I'm glad we solved it. So we're going to find out in the next hour and 20 minutes or so what exactly we solved and what the it and what the it is here. So anyway, so thanks everybody for continuing with us this afternoon. So as mentioned, we had a number of terrific questions that came in from the audience. Will fold those in. If you don't hear your exact question posed, it's only because we're kind of weaving it into the conversation. So you may not hear it a word for word sort of way, but we're trying to make sure that we're responsive with the time that we have, realizing we don't have a ton of time, but to the great input that audience members submitted. So just with that, having been said at the outset, as I mentioned, I have a queue that's working, and encourage any and all the panelists just to raise your hand or otherwise catch my attention if you want to get in the queue. But at the same time, I won't be shy about just calling you if I think that you may have something in particular to contribute to whatever was just said or recently said. So with that, let me start with Omid.
Yeah, 2 points. First, I thought the disclosure debate was very interesting, and I'm generally pro-disclosure. But I think something to be mindful of for all potential DeFi regulations is that they impose a cost, and that those costs really matter, particularly for entrepreneurs. If you spend enough time in crypto, you start seeing everything through the lens of incentives. And like going back to the point that Gabe was making about Apple making disclosures, if I was the CEO of a large public corporation, I would want there to be very strict and very expensive disclosure requirements. Because one, it gives me an opportunity to show off what I'm good at. But two, just the cost of complying creates a moat that prevents entrepreneurs from competing with me. Because if I'm an entrepreneur, I might like disclosures because I want to show off, but with deference to my securities lawyers friends here, I might not be able to afford paying someone to help me make those disclosures. And one of the things that to me makes DeFi very special is because public blockchains are this very special kind of infrastructure that does the heavy lifting. The opportunity for entrepreneurship is vast, and that has not been true in financial services for a very long time, even with fintechs. And I'm not just talking about just the regulatory capital requirements. Just like the cost of doing anything has always been high, but we already have very successful DeFi protocols where you just have one person or group of people came up with an idea, wrote some code, and now it's handling billions of dollars. So I think it's important to always be mindful that whatever regulations ultimately show up for DeFi, we don't get to the point where the next team of sort of like garage tinkerers say, oh, we have a great idea, but it's going to cost us $20,000 to comply with the disclosure requirements, because then that might mean that they might need to go raise money. And raising money, as we've seen in this industry before, often also creates other incentive problems in terms of like the kind of control that we want to get away from, concentration of ownership that we want to get away from.
Yeah, you could do thresholds like TVL, like, just have certain disclosures at 100 million TVL or whatever. There's ways to handle that.
Okay. Yeah. But I think in general, just to be thoughtful of the fact that what we want is for cost to not be an impediment for future DeFi innovation. And the other thing I wanted to say is references get made in DeFi a lot of times to the importance of preserving peer-to-peer activity, because that was the original goal of Bitcoin. But most of DeFi, this, as you know, what we understand to be DeFi within the industry, which is this ecosystem of protocols that provide services for trading and lending and so on, is not peer-to-peer. Most of it is peer-to-pool. Proof yet once again that actually historically financial services often organically tends towards intermediation because of operational and capital efficiency. DeFi is that way too. If I want to go and earn yield on a stable coin that I own, I don't want to go find somebody else on a blockchain to lend it to. I'd much rather deposit into a DeFi pool where the smart contracts then facilitate some kind of a lending function. So I think it would be interesting for all of us up here to then think about how much does the peer-to-pool model fit some of the existing rules for intermediaries, or are we going to need actually brand new rules for pools and protocols?
That's just one quick question follow-up, and then we got Rebecca in the queue. So just, I'm going to that point about pool or protocol, and your then related point about intermediaries, activities, what have you. I guess the activities point from earlier today. Could you say a little bit more just to make folks are on the same page in terms of how you think about, or how one thinks about who, I'm going to put this in air quotes, controls, influences, runs, manages, you can name a whole host of different words, the pool or the protocol, and how that then feeds into or might feed into a determination as to whether or not there is or is not something akin to an intermediary.
So there's a way to design a DeFi solution where nobody controls anything. You could literally just say, here are some lines of code. They have the ability to hold assets, and the code then determines what happens to those assets, whether they're traded for other assets or loaned out or whatnot. And then the code could be written in a way that nobody could ever change it, including, by the way, if something goes catastrophically wrong. Very few protocols are like that, understandably so, because a lot of these are still startups. So they want to have some time and some flexibility to upgrade, to improve, to build product market fit. And what you generally don't want a pool that anybody controls, because that's really is decentralization in name only. If whoever controls the code controls the assets, then it's becoming a lot closer to a custodial solution. So the more pressing question is usually how much the actual humans have control over the protocol, and what kind of control is there? Is it a multi-sig? Is it token based? Is there voting involved? Is the code written in a way where whatever control could be exercised over it has to be done in a slow way over time, or can it be done tomorrow? So as much as I hate to say this, it's a cliche, but in the future, there's going to be a spectrum for all of this, because I think the market is going to want a spectrum of solutions. I think the market is going to want a spectrum of decentralization. And it's interesting to think about what role regulators could play in making sure that the spectrum exists, and then everybody sort of knows what they're getting from using different solutions.
Yeah, and I'm just going to make a quick comment going back to something I think Gabe had said before, and then Rebecca, I'm going to turn to you. And just, Elman, as you were referring to across the spectrum, one of the challenges, and I think this was something Gabe said, and Gabe, if I get this wrong, you can correct me, was about drawing the lines. Where do you draw the lines? And as simplistic as it is from a regulatory perspective, or legislative perspective, even a judicial perspective, is where do you draw those lines that determine what people can do, lines that determine what people can't do. That's no easy task, because you do that in the context of imperfect information. You never know everything about how everything could in fact play itself out. And you have your policy goals and objectives, going back to some of Peter's comments. You also have your constraints that you want to operate subject to, whatever those constraints may be. And then you say, all right, well, I'm not going to get exactly perfect given goals, objectives. How do you optimize? So am I willing to be under-inclusive in terms of achieving the goal? Over-inclusive, that over-inclusiveness, under-inclusiveness, practical challenge when you're drawing lines that figures out what's within whose jurisdiction and how is this going to be regulated or not, is just it's a practical challenge. It's not a philosophical point. It's a practical challenge. But Omen, what you were saying has particular resonance in terms of just what that means as things play out over time, and they're all different points along the spectrum, as you put it. Rebecca.
Thanks so much. So one of the things, I'll just build on a few of the things that a number of people up here said, but I get to work with DeFi builders who started in the US and who actually stuck it out the last 4 years, who had many discussions about whether they should leave or not, but were able to build here, and they're very happy that they're here and still building in the US. So in terms of the DeFi and the American spirit question that we're answering today, I'd say at Jito Labs, they are building DeFi and infrastructure with the same principles that have driven American progress in the economic system more generally. So personal liberty, innovation, frontierism. But one of the things that I've taken away from being a lawyer in this space and working with a number of DeFi software developers very early is that you need to understand the technology before you either can give advice about where the law intersects or before you regulate it. And today, I think, is a great step forward. And there have been other agencies in the US that have been having these types of roundtables about DeFi. And I think that those are the most important things we can do right now. The European Commission actually put out a report that was authored by IBM Promontory very recently. And the last thing they said was, this part of the industry is not ready for legislation yet. The most important thing we can be doing is convening forums between regulators, policymakers, and industry to really move forward where we understand what the ecosystem is. And notwithstanding the enormous mind share that DeFi has captured to date, it is still 4% of the crypto ecosystem. And I think you can read any regulatory paper that's come out. There is a general consensus that DeFi is not tied to or otherwise integrated into the traditional financial system. So hopefully it'll not take 2 years like Lewis and Clark, but I think we do have some time to figure out exactly the right path forward. I do think that disclosure provides a really good basis to think about what needs to happen and what people should know when they are taking control of their own assets and their own economic activity. But I think the thing that we have to struggle with in the US that people don't have to struggle with elsewhere is that we don't have a single financial regulator. So you have the FCA in the UK, you have other, like BaFin in Germany, and there's one centralized financial regulator. So you could say, okay, we're going to them. But here we are grappling with not just one, not just two, but multiple financial regulators. And so where this disclosure regime should come from, notwithstanding that you're right, Gabe, the SEC has been at the forefront in many ways on the disclosure question. I just think we haven't even addressed the predicate issue here today, which is like, what part of DeFi necessarily falls within the SEC's jurisdiction. I think we could probably have a whole separate day on that. And that probably gets very, very technical, which is, you know, what type of receipt tokens, what do they look like, you know, those kinds of things. But I'm not sure that the SEC necessarily has jurisdiction in such a broad way, unless it's granted to them through other legislation to just say, you have to come up with a disclosure framework for crypto more generally. The other thing that I think is important, and I think that was mentioned during this panel, is much of our financial regulation has grown around the way that financial markets were established or as problems were identified in financial markets. So when you have these conflict of interest laws and you separate certain actors in the derivative space from each other, that came about because there were obvious problems in the derivatives markets when those rules were put together. But the industry in many ways is, I wouldn't say self-regulating yet, but there is organic work being done to mitigate a lot of the risks we talked about. So something like the Security Alliance or SEAL, which a number of people on this panel are involved in, is looking for ways to build organic frameworks to combat illicit financial or other bad activity in crypto. There are other projects in the space that are thinking of solutions to allow for more traditional assets to trade within DeFi or on-chain. Michael mentioned that Sonny Kulikov was here, who is the founder of the Aave protocol, which I would say is one of the most important, if not the most important, DeFi protocol in the space. It is also highly decentralized in terms of not having control, whether it be in its DAO over the protocol or things like that. But back maybe 4 or 5 years ago, we did try to architect something called Aave Arc, which was like an institutional grade DeFi. And there were ways of finding how to get people to come into work in a DeFi system. And I have heard much of that coming back around. So everything old is new again in terms of how we are trying to put forward proposals. But in terms of DeFi, the industry is is working together now. It may not all be, talked about every day, all day on crypto Twitter. That seems to be something where people are talking about other things, but I think the work is being done. And so the most important thing the SEC can do, whether it's within their jurisdiction or not, is to continue convening people, whether publicly or privately, to talk about these issues.
So I got Michael Mosier, I got Kevin, then I got Michael Jordan. But Rebecca, before I come to Michael Mosier, I want to ask you a kind of a specific question within all of that. So if you think about the SEC, one of the notable regulatory regimes and regulated entities are broker-dealers. So without getting into all the nuts and bolts, unless folks want to at some point, around broker-dealers and broker-dealer regulation and what have you, which has a variety of different components to it. Just when you think about broker-dealers and the market function they serve, in the context of DeFi, is the concept of a broker-dealer just outdated, or does it still, maybe not by the label broker-dealer, but by the kind of fundamental function that a broker-dealer serves, still have kind of currency within the context of DeFi?
I mean, that's actually a slippery slope, even if you didn't mean it to be, because I think there has been so much discussion about whether website interfaces that provide information about what is happening on chain with respect to a DeFi protocol is a broker, right? And so I think the term broker-dealer is extraordinarily loaded when it comes to DeFi, but I'd go back to what I think a number of people talked about when we started this panel, which is our SEC regulations, and actually all of our financial services regulations, are predicated or focused on persons. And the way persons is defined is through natural persons or various types of entities. I think we can also probably go down a path about whether certain types of entities in crypto that may look different or may look decentralized, whether they're actually captured in that definition. But putting that side argument aside, I think that in a true or genuine DeFi protocol, you will not have the type of intermediation that will bring the concept of broker dealers back in. And I think, various types of front ends, website interfaces, UIs, whatever you want to call them, which are the normal websites you would go to look at, maybe you can, connect your wallet, do not perform the same functions as broker dealers, unless there is serious off-chain activity that is not disclosed, where there may be elements of control that you're not otherwise aware of.
So A, it's about the activities, and B, it's about the details. Is that a fair summation?
I feel like that's a great lawyer answer. So yes, I think the one other thing I didn't say with respect to Gabe's, and I got a lot of, you guys seem to agree a lot when we were out getting ice cream. So I'll say to Gabe, I think the disclosure question then comes down to who's doing it for how long, right? Because not to pick on Aave, and I don't mean, I mean in a positive way, it's so decentralized, is the DevCo, who may be doing some GitHub commits here and there, but is otherwise off building other things, responsible for continuing disclosure? Because then we really are regulating software developers. And I would say that's not anybody's goal.
Yeah, I agree. I mean, I think, well, look, we have a draft legislation in Congress right now that talks about, system maturity, right? And disclosure obligations potentially ceasing or being reduced at that point, or changing in some way. So I do think there's a point where these systems can mature and become so decentralized and so autonomous that truly, there's no natural focal point for that disclosure. But I would still sort of say that those systems are supported by various types of secondary actors that, depending on the context, it may be interesting to get disclosure from. So, an example in the Aave context would be liquidation bots, people running liquidation bots or things like that. There was, it doesn't really apply to Aave because it's actually good and they're good actors. But, in Terra, there was the Labs company. It had created the blockchain. It created various DeFi protocols on the blockchain. It ran the wallet related to the blockchain, and it ran the RPC nodes that the wallet feeds into. And there was a great expose, which unfortunately has been memory hold, it's no longer on the internet, about how these things interacted to give them a systemic advantage in liquidations on their own DeFi protocols, and they were raking in profits. So that's a massive conflict of interest, right? Because and in fact, liquidations on their DeFi protocol were particularly punitive. and they had this, they were also running these liquidation bots. So it's the kind of thing that people would want to know. So it is.
But that's a highly centralized system you're talking about. Of
No, it
course
was
it
not
should be
highly
on-
central. As a blockchain, it was a completely normal blockchain.
But
It
there,
was just a
I mean,
normal
calling
cosmos.
Terra DeFi, I think, is maybe one step too far because there was so much control. And so I think that, like, I agree with you in that instance that where you have these centralized actors who otherwise are controlling an entire.
But they weren't
ecosystem.
centralized.
They
It's
called
just-
themselves decentralized.
I know what they call. I know what they call
The point is,
themselves.
it's about how you define centralization or decentralization. I'm saying you can take a lot of elements that are decentralized in and of themselves. The blockchain was decentralized. The DeFi protocols were just smart contracts, blah, blah, blah. But if you add up a lot of vertical integration in a particular player, I don't know whether you call that centralization or you just call it vertical integration or concentration of risk. But at that point, that particular player becomes, in effect, a trusted entity, even within these otherwise independently.
These guys are
trusted
talking
systems.
about Hex, and they won't.
Yeah, I agree. But I guess the question is like,
Crazy.
what's the limiting principle? And
They
when,
know it.
and like what
We
the
need to
legislation
figure that.
is saying.
Yeah, I mean, I can't define that right now, but
Okay.
I'm confident you could draw those lines in some reasonable way. We could find a way.
We need more ice cream.
I think we're going to come back to a lot of this as the conversation goes. So I had Joe now in the queue, but Michael Mosier.
I think part of it, just some of this, it might be at least taken from a FinCEN perspective and OFAC actually, going back to something Omid said about it's going to be a spectrum. I mean, I think part of it is looking at things from a FinCEN perspective. It was, is it total independent control? Like, we know that there's going to be measures of centralization, decentralization. It's not so much about whether it's a centralized, decentralized, whatever it is. Is there an element of control? What's the activity and who has control over it? And so thinking of it, and some of that is just basic commercial terms of if tort and commercial implied warranties of who has the ability to stop something bad from happening that was reasonably foreseeable. So I think some of the, like for instance, self-hosted wallets, we looked at multi-signature self-hosted wallets and said, you could be a software developer of this. And in fact, you could even be a holder of a key of a self-hosted wallet. But if you don't have total independent control, then you are not a money service business that is actually accepting and transmitting. And so I think some of these activities that we're looking through here, including the pools that Omid's talking about, there's questions of, number one, okay, who has control over this pool? And that control is what are the activities? The activities could be the ability to let somebody into the pool, or it could be the ability to pause the pool if there's a cyber incident or a code incident. And that's where also we want that spectrum that's really important, because you don't want to disincentivize people from being on a security council, for instance, that if there is a technical and operational risk that folks have described, you want them to be able to vote in that context and say, I'm pulling the emergency brake without taking on liability that you are now a broker dealer or a money service business. And we dealt with this a lot at OFAC, the sanctions arm, because there was a period where there was so much disconnect between Iranian sanctions in Europe and Iranian sanctions in the US, and American business people didn't want to be on boards of multinational companies, but we didn't want to disincentivize people from being on a board who had great judgment, and some had very technical skills like a security counsel. And we want people to be able to vote. And actually we see this daily in legal practice where people are technical experts in security and are nervous about being on a security council to actually find and make the judgment call that's really just a pause, because they're worried, if it turns out to be Lazarus in hindsight, have I committed a sanctions violation? If the SEC determines that this pool is trading securities, am I part of violating securities laws? And so I think if we look back at what are the types of activities and the types of control, then we might be able to create that spectrum that's more about, okay, you have the ability to initiate, stop, indefinitely deny, or divert value. Maybe you have the different regulatory obligation. But if it's more in an FTC, FCC, you're just part of an implied warranty, maybe that's just reasonable, foreseeable, and it's a much more limited so that people will serve on security councils.
So I'm gonna go to Kevin next in the queue, but just real quick, if I can, Michael, ask a quick follow-up very quickly. So in terms of you zeroed in on control. From your perspective, is control as relevant as you suggest? Because with control, you can drive, influence, maybe even determine, I'm going to use a broad word, kind of outcomes. Or, and maybe it's an and, Is it because with control that may give rise to conflicts of interest, kind of principal agent problems, agency costs, agency problems, which are often in kind of broad terms what regulatory regimes are focused on? Is it because with control you have, by extension of that, control over information, you know things? So if it's a disclosure point, you have the practical ability. Is it other things? What's the salience in 20 seconds of control? On the one hand, it seems intuitive, I think, in many instances, but control is not a self-defining concept, nor is how do you measure it, and nor is why do you care about it.
I think actually I would go right in reverse order there. I think it's we have to look back at why do we care about it. So I think a Cisco router controls the communications networks that might be talking and moving trillions of dollars worth of data throughout the world, but we don't consider them an ATM, and we don't subject them to the same regulatory situation that we would a regulated entity that can control how value is transmitted, even if it going down causes an issue. AWS going down causes all sorts of problems in the financial economy writ large, but we don't consider them a financial institution. And so I think it's looking back, okay, why do we care? We care not because there's a broad general impact and there's probably a critical infrastructure issue around cloud services, but they're not able to individually target a transaction and divert it or initiate it in a way that goes back to consumer protection on some level. Like, would this person reasonably have a tort or an implied warranty that they should have be able to take action from? And then I think from a regulatory perspective, is this something where that person, we don't really think they're going to reasonably be able to take that action, and we need to make sure that there's some sort of parameters to protect them around it.
Kevin.
Yeah, that's a great jumping off point. I think the issue of control is central. It's not just central in DeFi. It's also the question why should we not be so concerned that a terrorist organization might be operating a Bitcoin node and mining because they don't have control over the transactions that are going on top of the network. This relates back to something I wanted to point out that Rebecca said early on, and then we just, I think, glossed over, and I don't think we should, which is the issue of custody. And what she said was non-custodial is, I believe, a non-negotiable element for something being DeFi. I would tend to agree, and I think that's something that is simple and straightforward that the SEC could help in terms of defining out. There's a lot of things we need to talk about in terms of how to draw these lines. I pointed out in part because I don't think there's necessarily broad awareness. So that maybe there's disagreement on this group. I don't think necessarily, but I'm co-chair of what's called the Global Futures Council on DeFi for the World Economic Forum. And this element of non-custodial is a piece of the definition that the earlier report had included in DeFi. And we had a discussion about it a couple of weeks ago, and this was the most controversial topic, that there were a lot of participants in this group, which is a diverse international group of experts in relevant areas. We're pushing back on whether something can be custodial and still DeFi. And Mike, I think, gave a great example that a lot of the harms that we are concerned about and that regulation exists to address come about when there are actors who have custody and have that control. There's other kinds of harms. It's not all the harms. So I think that's a straightforward one. And that leads to the second thing I wanted to say briefly, which is something we haven't talked about at all yet, which is stablecoins. Stablecoins, I would say, are not DeFi, but stablecoins are essential to DeFi because you need money on chain, and therefore you can't directly use fiat. And stablecoins have both enabled DeFi and been enabled by DeFi, but the largest stablecoins by far are custodial. And in all likelihood, if the legislation passes in the U.S., the only legal stablecoins in the U.S. will be custodial. And so I think that raises some questions that's partly, potentially a challenge to the DeFi model. It's partly an opportunity that some of the issues we may be concerned about, like illicit finance or some of the issues in terms of being able to stop transactions, maybe could happen at the stablecoin level as opposed to in the DeFi protocols. But there are also stablecoins that are non-custodial, not even algorithmic, but either over-collateralized stablecoins or strategy-based stablecoins like Athena. So I think this is something that needs to be in the conversation. Last thing I'll say really quickly is I think there's also an opportunity and a value in regulators doing some scenario planning about where might this go. We've heard a lot here about the value of DeFi, and Jill gave a very great example about the success of DeFi in the environment after the collapse of FTX. There's reason to believe that this is a better way to do digital asset trading, and that if it gets regulatory clarity, that it could dominate the marketplace. And I think it's worth thinking about what that means in terms of operation of securities laws. It's also possible if tokenization of equities and other securities can happen on digital asset platforms, that DeFi could come to dominate all capital markets. And therefore, we should think about what that means. And that doesn't mean regulate it as traditional securities trading ahead of that happening, but it means not sticking our heads in the sand and not sketching out what that could look like and what might be responsive to that. And I think now's the time to start asking those questions and doing those scenario plans.
So Kevin, so just to pick up on that, and then I'll get to Michael J, and then Jill and Peter. But Kevin, just to pick up on that piece, can you say a little bit about two opposing scenarios as you see, realizing that it depends upon a whole host of things and how they play themselves out, but just the kinds of things that you contemplate as, hey, if that happened, that may be in the good bucket. If this other thing happened, that may be in the not so good bucket.
Well, let's, one scenario is at some point in time, the dominant share of, maybe, all securities, but, major asset classes will happen on DeFi platforms. And, one way to interpret that is great. We now have a technological solution to many of the problems that cause the need for regulation. One way of looking at that is we've now basically eliminated all of securities regulation without thinking we were doing so, thinking we were not imposing rules where they don't necessarily apply, and yet the problem still exists. So I think it's an interesting and important empirical question. How many of the problems can be addressed and what can we look to as these markets grow? And it goes back to what I said before. Again, that starts with identifying what are we worried about? Are we worried about financial crime? Are we worried about investor protection? Are we worried about other sorts of things, systemic risks of system failure through interacting agents? And the reason I ask those questions is not because we want to say, oh, there's a risk, so therefore we should stop it. But because we want to back out, there's a risk. How big is the risk? What can be done about the risk? How do the rules address the risk? What are the pros and cons? What are the harms that those rules cause? So again, it's just going through that exercise, but not doing it based on the way the world looks today. It's starting from certain endpoints about how the world may look tomorrow.
Michael Jordan.
Awesome. Our goal for being here today as investors is to improve our market that we invest in. And one thing that we struggle with that we'd love feedback on is how to do forward statements in this context. A lot of what we do is invest in early stage technology companies. They make representations to us and to the market about what they're going to deliver. It's very hard to hold them accountable for that in this context. It's hard to underwrite an asset when you can't predict its future. And when you have a live token of an instant price, how do you then hold the people who issued it accountable for delivering the forward statements they're making? It's a very complicated thing. This is not actually an easy problem to solve. And it's only going to get worse if what you're seeing from the other asset managers in the world of bringing private illiquid securities to retail investors, the amount of information asymmetry in private markets, technical complexity and nuance required to underwrite the security is going to create a massive issue for people trying to underwrite what's happening today, what statements have been provided, and how do we hold people accountable to those statements.
Gabe, it looks like you were looking at.
Sure. I mean, this isn't an unusual, like a new problem in securities law. Just to be clear, there's been a long. If you look at every SEC disclosure statement, there's something called a forward-looking statements disclaimer at the bottom, right? And so there's rules around that. But what I would say is, you're allowed to disclaim certain forward-looking statements in securities disclosures, and you're supposed to say, hey, these are forward-looking statements, but it may not work out, and blah, blah, blah. And generally, people are not liable for that under the securities laws. It's actually a corporate governance problem. So you as an investor, right, when you invest in something, instead of just doing a SAFT and these lightweight things that have virtually no rights for you, you should be investing in proper corporate governance structures at the early stage, pre-TGE, pre-network, whatever. And at the later stage, you should be insisting upon things like boards, things like foundations that don't just say, hey, no one knows anyone if you do fiduciary duties or disclosures, and you can do whatever you want, basically, as long as it somehow relates to a certain token. And instead, have those be more exact and give yourselves information rights and other rights over these organizations in the long term. So personally, I think this is not a problem to be solved by the securities laws or by the government. It's to be solved by really good investors who have leverage over projects, contracting with those projects for good rights. And for some reason, I don't understand it, because I'm a corporate governance guy. Originally, I was in M&A. Crypto investors don't do this. They're very, very reluctant to actually have governance rights over the things they invest in. But you can solve this as an investor.
Well, first of all, I think that most crypto investors, you can keep me honest if not.
Every single time.
Well, but I would say they don't want to be, never wanted to be part of these corporate governance structures because the risk was so great in the United States. So, right, like even projects that I was representing would beg for their lead investor to be on the board, and they would say, no, I don't want to do it because I don't want to get a subpoena. They got subpoenas anyway. So that's one. But I do tend to agree with Gabe that this is a contracting problem on the forward-looking statements in terms of what people may say to you in their pitch and then what you actually get in terms of contractual rights. Because you're talking about it and I'm like, well, if you relied on that, then you have a contract claim. But to Gabe's point, if you don't have that within your, contractual rights, you may not be able to do anything about it.
Yeah, to try to get to the market fairness point, investors that have not spoken to the team do not have a lot of this information, to be fair. There is significant market asymmetries that cause price distortions. That's what we're trying to resolve. Every term sheet I've ever given has had these type of control requirements in them, and we have them in many. But this thing becomes a live, dynamic, decentralized network if designed correctly. And there are things that happen that are not public, on-chain, and high resolution to the market for it to price incorrectly. It needs the ability to communicate about the present and future representations in a safe and transparent way to not disadvantage retail investors so that venture capitalists and other people with more information have edge.
So I'm going to come to Jill next, but Michael, just to stick with you for one quick follow-up. So to get very specific on that and that point, is the suggestion from your perspective that assuming the SEC has jurisdiction, right? That's a whole separate question, right? Whether or not some security exchange, whatever. But let's just assume they do for purposes of this question. Is your suggestion that in a very specific, focused way, the SEC mandate certain disclosures under the federal securities laws that are fit for purpose for what you're describing?
This is not meant to be a suggestion. It's meant to be highlighting a very complicated market distortion that we are thinking through as risk underwriters today. And we'd like to improve the quality of the market by having these forward guidance disclosed in a sane and fair, equitable way.
Got it. And then just to circle back to Gabe real quick, and then I'll come to Jill. I guess the question for you is there a particular something that you think from a disclosure perspective would be, above all else, again, assuming jurisdiction on the SEC's part, this is something that you think should be required to be disclosed in the context of certain, DeFi?
Yeah, I mean, it's material agreements among material players. I mean, that's about the most succinct way I could play it. Market makers who are have a systemic role in the industry, they should be disclosing their agreements with particular projects, all these things. I mean, I agree. It's partly an investor quality control thing. It partly could be helped with disclosure, but it can't just be to Rebecca's point. It can't just be only on developers, because there's all these secondary players that are relevant, and the exchanges and all these things. And if you get good disclosure, sunlight is the best disinfectant, and the whole market would be better informed.
Got it. I mean, there are interesting questions. Maybe we'll come back to this as we play through, which is on anything along those lines. What is the SEC's jurisdictional hook, right? Because a lot of the discussion is about technology, if you will, code
All of these
Displacing,
systems are going to
replacing
have securities in them. I would argue almost all of them already do have securities in them. They're all going to have securities in them, right? So, I mean, ideally, it would be something that Congress passes, right? And I think this will happen sooner or later, right? Or it could be some cooperation between the SEC and the CFTC. But in reality, I mean, I think vast majority of these systems, sooner or later, if not already, are going to have securities in them for whatever it's worth.
I imagine folks may want to chime in on that. So anyway, if you do, catch my attention. But Jill, I wanted to go to you.
Thank you. Yeah, I'll stay on topic here because I think this is a great conversation about accountability, disclosures, and risk mitigation. And I just want to draw attention to the fact that the industry has not waited for regulators and overseeing bodies to chime in on this. This is something I'm really proud of as a participant in the industry, is that industry has done an excellent job, I would say, of self-regulating and self-policing, in particular over the last 5 years. And I'll give a quick example of one of each of those on accountability, disclosure, and risk, respectively. On accountability, we see projects get taken over by their communities. It doesn't happen often, but it does happen where we have on-chain governance systems. Token holders have a vote in the direction of the project, in particular in the way that funds get spent by a project. This is all transparent, enforceable on-chain. And we see communities, from the perspective probably of the founders of these projects, go rogue on them, where they say the founders aren't delivering what they said they would deliver. Those forward-looking statements were indeed bogus, and we're going to take the project in a different direction. This cuts both ways, but I think that it, taken the right way, is a positive development in terms of self-regulation by the industry. An example on the disclosure front is a website and a team called L2Beat. So in the Ethereum ecosystem today, you have all of these different chains. It's no longer a monolith, as we talked about earlier. You have all of these layer 2 chains. And so L2Beat, i.e. layer 2 beat, I encourage everyone who has their phone or laptop out, go to l2beat.com. It's an incredible dashboard and repository in which an independent team has created their own framework that has made it incredibly legible, even for new users, to come in and understand the risks associated with and the levels of decentralization associated with any of these apps or chains. And I think that that is a great example of self-regulation, self-policing by the industry. And if you're going to wade in and create disclosure rules, you have to talk to the people behind that project, and you have to look at that website before you get started. Yes. There's one for DeFi as well. That's a great point, Gabe, DeFi Beat. The third example I'll give of self-regulation, self-policing just happened last week. So we've talked a lot about the risks of decentralization on this roundtable this afternoon. One of those risks is that there's no recourse. If something is truly decentralized, if you send money to the wrong address, there's no chargeback. You're not getting it back. There was an instance last week that went somewhat viral on crypto Twitter. Someone had used a piece of software built by a great company called Gnosis, not realizing that they were using a legacy version of it, sent their entire net worth to the wrong address that they thought was associated with themselves, but in fact was not. They thought that a black hat hacker had been squatting on that address, just waiting for them to do it. And within a matter of hours, it became apparent that, in fact, it was not black hats. It was a white hat group called Protofire that had been squatting on that address, foreseeing that this could be a possibility for folks in that situation using the legacy bit of software. This was all disclosed, by the way, ahead of time by Gnosis. But to Eric's point earlier, we don't all read the fine print, but the white hats got the entire net worth of this individual back to him within a few hours. So I just want to highlight, a lot of bad horror stories get told about the way the crypto industry acts and behaves and runs amok in the absence of guidance. But there's a lot of good to be found as well.
So just to pick up on that, and then Peter, I'll come to you. So Jill, in terms of the self-policing and self-governance that you just spoke about and gave examples of, and realizing you're not, I don't believe, looking to overextend the point or go farther than you intend to go. Nonetheless, here's the question. In light of that, and I'm sure other examples like that you could share with us. What's the SEC's role? What do you think of in terms of that balance between self-policing, self-governance versus when the government needs to come in, whether it's the SEC or otherwise, and as to which risks, and I know we could go in a lot of directions and that could get very technical very quickly, regulatorily wise or technology wise, but how to figure out and how to think about that balance.
Yeah. So I'm not a lawyer up here, so you won't hear my thoughts on Lowe versus SEC today, sadly. But I do think from a layman's perspective, I tend to associate the SEC with consumer protection. That's how I think of the SEC's mandate. And that's something that I've been very grateful for at times. And then there have been other times where I have felt like, candidly, the actions of the SEC have been misguided and long-term, in terms of the second order effects, caused more harm than good to consumers, not to me as an entrepreneur, but to consumers of the crypto space and of the industry. And I think that this is where, again, I want to highlight areas in which the industry has made headway on its own in terms of consumer protection. I'm less going to sit here and say the SEC should come in here, should come in there. But I think that there's a lot of lessons actually the SEC can learn from the crypto industry in how best to protect consumers of it.
But the crypto industry could do a lot better too. So I love those examples that you give, but I think too often they're the exception, not the rule. And I bet every single one of us here finds ourselves in situations regularly where we see the crypto industry do something where we just shake our head. And I think the best way to avoid there being the kind of regulations that do disrupt innovation and progress is for the industry to just clean up its act a bit more. Unfortunately, the incentives aren't. Usually the incentives are actually the other way around. I think, Michael, this is what you run into all the time, that there are people making money from doing these shady deals behind the scenes. But we as an industry could do a better job of policing our own.
Peter.
So I'm going to start by diving back to something that we abandoned a little while ago, but I'll bring it back to this current conversation. Not Lowe versus SEC. More First Amendment. No, Mike Mosier brought up the control question. And I'm happy to highlight this today because yesterday in a new version of the Clarity Act in the House, we got an introduction of language from Rep. Torres and Rep. Emmer's original Blockchain Regulatory Certainty Act, which is a piece of legislation that's intended to clear up the question of whether you're a money transmitter and therefore subject to unlicensed money transmission liability, as are the developers of the Tornado Cash Protocol and the Samurai Wallet, which have both been prosecuted in the Southern District of New York. That law is very important because, well, FinCEN in 2019, Mike knows quite well, said you're not a money transmitter if you don't have total independent control over customer funds. And it's important to create that bright line rule in that context because of the gravity of the penalties that someone will face for breaking that rule, and because of the low burden of proof for culpability that a prosecutor faces when they bring that action. Because this is not a money laundering prosecution. This is not you knew that you were helping this person evade the law or hide their money. This is you were doing something that we define a certain way and you never registered with us. And that's basically a strict liability criminal felony then. You just need, the only thing the jury gets to decide is whether you registered or not, which is quite simple. And so the legal question of who is on the hook to register or not is the whole game, and therefore you need a crisp standard so people know what side of the strict felony liability they're on. And that's why in, say, anti-money laundering, Bank Secrecy Act contexts, where registration or licensing is required, that's the standard I want. That does not mean that that's the full and total and end and be all of where we have regulatory obligations or not. That's already not the case. Someone who doesn't have control and is primarily engaged in the publication of software could be prosecuted by the FTC or the CFPB for unfair, deceptive acts and abusive acts for the CFPB practices when the software that they've published harms other people, and they were manifestly negligent in the way that they published or described that software. That also doesn't violate our First Amendment principles inherently, because it's not a prior restraint on speech. It's penalties for doing harm with speech after you've published. It's not a Bureau of Censorship, it's a reasonable liability regime, as we have for things like defamation. And so I think what we're getting at, one of the things we're getting at here is that there are a lot of other categories beyond I have control or not, where someone has made assurances to their users in technical documents or maybe in user interfaces or more intelligible for the ordinary person areas, where the users have come to rely on those assurances. Maybe it's an implied warranty, maybe it's some sort of cause of action and negligence, and we want there to be some guardrails in place there. Now, the interesting question is, what is the role of the SEC there? Because a lot of that could be done using existing fraud or even just basic negligence torts. And that might be the right way to do it, because when you have that freedom to sort of have plaintiffs' attorneys construct their theory of liability, I mean, let's just go back to 1L law school: duty, breach, cause, damages. Make a case that they had all of those. They had a duty because of the way they present themselves to consumers. Everyone assumes that they're going to act in a certain way. They breached that duty. The escape hatch was supposed to be triggered when condition Y materialized, and it didn't materialize. They caused it. That was actually the reason that someone lost funds. And there's damages that are quantifiable, so they're not just speculative, where you could just basically use this as a sledgehammer to kill all innovation by always claiming that eggshell skull rules aside. That's a flexible system, and I like that. Now, why aren't we there with DeFi now? There are actually some really hard topics that maybe we don't even want to air on this panel right now. For one, even developers of fairly centralized projects that are not custodial will disclaim that they are any kind of incorporated organization. And they'll say, well, it's a DAO. You can't sue the group. We can't be jointly and severally liable because we're a DAO. We're not individuals working together to profit off of the common management of a thing. So that's a really thorny question. We need to look at the Yuki DAO private action, the CFTC suit, for ways that we can find a way through that really thorny question. I'm from a civil liberties organization, so you might say, like, Peter, why are you talking about DAOs being jointly and severally liable? Well, the fact of the matter is, I'm less afraid of that kind of liability than failure to register liability, because there will be a showing in court. There will have to be proofs of duty, breach, depending on the cause of action. And this is how we actually grope towards an idea of what kind of standards do we want to have in place in the space. And it's done in retrospect rather than some legislature thinking like, oh, I can figure out exactly how all these things should be built ex ante. Why we're not there, I think, is partially incumbent on us, but it's also because there's been this terror of using existing private law to form your organization. Because God forbid you actually incorporate or even have a document that says you're all interested in working together on a thing, because then you'll get slapped with failure to license as a money transmitter, and you get arrested at 5 a.m. and prosecuted for a strict liability federal felony. Similarly, with the SEC's highly aggressive approach towards token issuance in the former chairmanship, I think there were a lot of people who thought, like, I don't want to look anything like a possible fiduciary to my co-developers, because I'm mostly worried about unregistered securities issuance, a sort of a failure to check in, rather than the liability for disappointing my co-founders, because I should have been treated as a fiduciary in some regards to them, and I wasn't.
There's also, I mean, just quickly on the tort thing, there's also the economic loss doctrine, and so
it's a favorite of mine. Yeah,
the cases that have been brought, like the MakerDAO Black Thursday thing, I'm pretty sure that was dismissed out of hand on that basis. So it's tough. It's tough.
Well, and an interesting question as to the SEC's role here is, are there areas where the SEC can help us define what negligence per se is? And is there any jurisdiction under the SEC for those things that are relevant to securities transactions to obviate the economic loss doctrine, to say, actually, in this case, you don't need to prove physical harm to the plaintiff. You can just cite economic damages. These are approaches that I would be very interested in having conversations about, because we actually would start working towards more nuanced bottom-up legal solutions as the common law can typically deliver, rather than trying to reason in a vacuum about who's going to have to come in and register and not.
Michael J.
Yeah, Rebecca was earlier talking about a project called Aave Arc. Galaxy, my former employee, was one of the first design partners. And the reason it didn't get off the ground the way we hoped was everyone had to check if it was okay with compliance. And by compliance, I mean everyone at the bank or whatever asset issuer it was. And the point of this story is that the SEC can help us get real people with real risk teams involved by making sure people are understanding what's happening, what's appropriate and what's not. It was 100x more work to get Aave Arc off the ground than the other projects we were doing, even though we were doing 10x better risk mitigation than anyone else in the industry was. And so we were being penalized for trying to work with real people in a very safe way. And so when we're thinking about practical things we could take away from this, it's not that all action or inaction is a help. It is making sure that the stance of people is, hey, we want to work. We want the real participants to come in with real risk departments and help you grow.
Just to key off of Michael's point, just to go back to Aave Arc, because everything old is new again. I think one place actually the SEC could put out really helpful rules, because I don't think the only reason it didn't get off the ground was for checking with compliance. For sure, that was part of it. But the permissioning of the system, there was a collective action problem on the permissioning for entrance into the system. And so to Gabe's point, if we are going to have, or if we already have securities trading on DeFi protocols, I'd say at least, I wouldn't say broadly, but in certain instances, we know that there are securities, at least in permission, to certain DeFi protocols. What the SEC can do is should talk about the permissioning or the whitelisting standards of the people who are going to let people into those systems, right? So when we were thinking about Aave Arc, it was like, well, are your standards of KYC or whitelisting the same as ours? And can we let that other person in and things like that? And so I think that would solve the collective action problem of what do you need to do to allow someone into a permissionless system where securities are or might be traded.
So I'm going to go to Peter, and then Eric, I want to come to you.
And ideally, we can do a lot better than the existing permissioning done by the financial institutions. Because right now, when you want to open an account, you have to submit your passport photo, your mother's maiden name, all kinds of absurd private information. And yet, scammers and bots still get through those filters while innocent Americans are just struggling to open an account. So we have a lot of great tools in our space. There's a verifiable credential standard that's actually predates cryptocurrency just for passportable digital identity. Now, you can do a lot better than just, I can prove that I have a digital signature on my passport that I've put onto my phone, if you can aggregate multiple credentials in some sort of user sovereign wallet. At the end of the day, there ends up being some certain metadata and other aspects of aggregating all those credentials that might have to be held on a server somewhere, but it shouldn't be a server. It shouldn't be Google or Apple that knows all of the different identity documents you have and your diploma on your wall, your driver's license in your wallet. It should be a freaking blockchain, and it should be completely private, like some of the newer layer 2s like Aztec or some of the newer layer 1s like Alio. And then you can use zero knowledge proofs as the individual who holds the credentials to selectively disclose to the entity out there who's only supposed to deal with, gated securities transactions that you are, i.e., an accredited investor. But that entity doesn't need to know anything else about you if we get this right. And there's a huge work stream in digital identity that is waiting to be explored right at the same time that we're thinking about how to, well, not right at the same time, because we were trying to do it a while ago with Aave Arc, but everything old is new again. But right at the same time, it's new again. It's new again. So I think these two things work absolutely in tandem, and that's one of the most promising areas for the SEC to do good work in this space, is figuring out better ways of gating and permissioning that aren't just this, give us all of your personal information in order to get onto this platform.
Gating and permissioning where the SEC itself leverages the capabilities of the technology.
Exactly.
So not just that the technology creates certain risks, but that it creates certain opportunities aside from what it means in terms of peer-to-peer, peer-to-pool, peer-to-protocol, but it creates other opportunities in terms of compliance, risk management, and the like.
I mean, not only should a bank not need to know what race I am for me to open an account, they should not know what race I am. Period. Ever. Why? There's no point for it.
Eric, so we've talked about a lot of stuff. It would be great to get your thoughts, whatever they may be, on what we've been talking about since after the break.
I want to suggest that what we see in front of us is actually a really remarkable flourishing of new financial innovation. I want to point out how well the markets are actually solving the problems that have emerged in crypto. For those of you who have been in crypto long enough, you remember Mt. Gox, right? The big exchange, centralized exchange that blew up, almost destroyed the whole industry. What regulation prevented that from happening? Or what regulation from government came out that solved that problem in the future? None, not a single one. You know what did solve it? DEXs, decentralized exchanges, solved that problem because you had open source immutable code that anyone could see. That is a amazing market innovation that does not get enough airtime. I want to point out, let's use Aave again, versus a company like BlockFi. BlockFi was based in New York, and BlockFi abided by all the rules and all the regulations, and much of their marketing was based around how compliant they were. They made sure to KYC all of their customers. They made sure that everyone that worked with them had to hand over their private personal information. And meanwhile, Aave did not. Aave was this, Wild West DeFi application. What was the future of these two things? Aave is still around and processes billions of dollars trustlessly in an amazingly transparent way. BlockFi went bust and lost hundreds of millions of dollars of customer money, right? Which regulation solved that problem? None. It was DeFi, it was private markets and people pursuing profit to solve problems, which Americans used to realize was something that the market is supposed to do, not the government. I want to point out that as far as the SEC goes, I want to draw people's attention to what crypto looked like pre-2017 and post. Pre-2017, nearly all of the innovations that we enjoy in crypto happened. This included things like the DEXs and the liquidity pools, the NFTs, which started with CryptoKitties way back then. We had permissionless lending platforms. We had distributed file storage systems. We had Ethereum itself, smart contracts, which are one of the most remarkable financial innovations of all time. We had privacy coins. Everything was booming in 2017. Admittedly, there was lots of fraud and nonsense, as happens on all frontier markets and all speculative cycles. And yet, when 2017 came to an end, 2018 arrives and the SEC arrives. And the SEC completely stamped out most of the innovation that was happening in this space. And I was there at the very front lines seeing the souls getting crushed of the entrepreneurs that were trying to do this stuff. Some of them just gave up. Some of them moved to other countries. And what kind of innovations have we had following that regulatory enforcement? We've had L2s and we've had Fartcoin. This is a very important point.
A thing to add in is if you want to talk about like effective distribution of a token, like Ethereum, just doing a public sale to like nerdy interested developers created a really fair distribution. And Jesus, they raised about $35 million to build that. And look at what happened after people started doing regulatory compliant token issuance. Venture capitalists get all of the tokens and the project kind of withers on the vine despite having massive funding.
Yeah, post 2018, most of the interesting token sales went through more regulated channels, and the VCs were the ones that made out.
Yeah, I mean, I agree with all this 100%. It's definitely a factor, but there are other variables beyond just regulation. Like when people bought into the Ethereum ICO, like no one was confident that these things were worth billions and billions of dollars yet. And if an entrepreneur is raising today, I think many times they don't want to just sell to just anyone. They want to get the VCs because there are certain advantages. So it is complicated. Generally agree with the gist of both of what you said. And it's a factor for sure. And it's part of the story of how we got to the current bad place. But there are other factors for what it's worth.
I don't disagree. I mean, sometimes I've found myself saying something that I will admit is quite naive. Like, just do what Satoshi did. Why do you have to raise money at all? Whoever that person is, they built the most important innovation in the recent history of finance, and they did it with no fundraising. They were able to mine though for about 2 or 3 years with no competition, because who in their right mind would start mining Bitcoin in the early days, and who would even know that it was available? Those kinds of early returns on someone's innovation are probably no longer available, because the minute you actually create some new protocol with a proof of work or a proof of stake mechanism, you're going to get out competed of your own innovation and not actually earn.
Greencoin tried a fair launch, right? Proof of work, all the same stuff that Satoshi did, and private equity firms bought off all the miners and dumped the supply and retail really suffered.
So it's complicated, and the SEC certainly doesn't bear the burden of that issue. But I think it has made it very difficult for folks who are in good faith trying to do the right thing to take more reasonable steps towards, say, creating some sort of like incorporation between yourselves, or being in your U.S. jurisdiction and cooperating with law enforcement and regulators, because you're just so afraid of this. Did you come in and register, or did you get a money transmission license question?
So Eric, I think you now may have some more more to respond to. So if you want to,
I'll just end that little tirade by saying that the entrepreneurial spirit, especially when it comes to anything novel, is an incredibly precious thing. It does not grow in hostile environments, and it cannot be planned for. And it is an impulse that is responsible for much of the wonderful things that we have in the world. America became great because, whether consciously or not, permitted that impulse to happen. And cryptocurrency has been a demonstration of that impulse coming back in specifically the realm of finance. The best thing that America could do for itself, for its people, for the world, would be to embrace that impulse and to permit that kind of permissionless innovation to happen again. And that requires permitting risk. That requires permitting harm. It requires letting people experiment without a permission slip. And if America can do that and lead, then I think most other countries will follow suit. So we'll leave it at that.
So Michael Lim, any thoughts on any or all of that?
This is going to be very nerdy take on that, but we've done this before a bit in the prepaid cards world. Looking to my regulatory professors to appreciate, but prepaid cards came out actually in the 70s in Europe, but then the 80s and 90s in America. And for a while, in fact, it was Congress that was pushing FinCEN in particular to regulate. They said there's these cards, they're sort of bearer instruments, but they can be, but it mixes with the online. It's online and offline. What do we do with these? We think there's too much risk. And FinCEN basically took a strategic incrementalism for a long time, actually through the 80s and 90s into 2000. In fact, I think it was, I just looked it up. It was in 2009, finally, FinCEN said, we're going to take action. Congress is really pushing us, but we want to be incremental here. They had extreme engagement with industry, really over a couple of decades. And the way they did it was they quantified engaging with industry. What are the major risks here? And working with law enforcement, and then basically set thresholds of activity based on the actual risks that they were seeing, including the ability to, so when you could refill a card, it's a much higher regulatory perimeter. When you can't refill it, when you can only use it in a closed loop system, when you can use it internationally but not domestically, there's all sorts of ways to do it. And I think part of that was getting together with industry and saying, okay, these are the priority risks. To Eric's point, in the meantime, there's a threshold at which we're just going to let people experiment to a certain degree, but we're going to set some priority risks and keep coming down from the priorities, which is actually something that the administration, the last two administrations actually have said repeatedly, even on, especially on illicit finance, is let's prioritize the risks. We can't treat everything the same. So I do think this has been done before, but here there's an opportunity to do it that leverages even more of the technical risk management than we ever had before.
And just to follow up real quick, and then maybe Joe, I'll pose a similar question to you in the 10 or so minutes we have left here for a few more questions. Is one of the risks the risk of stifling the innovation, stifling the technology? I mean, how does that factor? Because you can think about risks in terms of the downside, right? Things that just go badly. You can think about risk in terms of the upside that you lose, and how to weight those things in terms of just the judgments. That goes back to some of the points about line drawing, and goes back to some of Peter's points about, do you have more bright lines so that folks are able to know with certainty? Of course, that then really presents the line drawing question. But if you do it in an informed way and you know that you're making choices, if you have more principles or standards, there's something to be said for that, because there's inherent flexibility. But with that inherent flexibility can come a measure of uncertainty. So you start thinking about the risk, you start thinking about it symmetrically. Losing a good thing is a risk in addition to incurring a bad thing. And then you think about, all right, do you want certainty and clarity and bright lines, even if you run the risk of the line being a little to this or a little to that? You have opportunity to come back and adjust, and at least you have certainty, and folks can comport their business and activities accordingly. Is that the kind of thing, or do you have something else in mind?
I think it is risk and opportunity, and part of that opportunity is that you may miss an opportunity to better manage risk. And so I think that's partly why we talked about safe harbors for white hat hackers. Like Jill gave this incredible example of people that were willing to, that actually came in and saved someone's life savings in an otherwise very trustless, permissionless system. That the downside of that is you could lose everything if you send it to the wrong address. But you had people that were able to save somebody, but those people are not going to do that the next time if they're considered a financial institution as a money transmitter for doing that, or if they feel overly liable to cyber intrusion risk from the Department of Justice that says this is technically a hack and we're prosecuting you. It doesn't matter to us that the victim may or may not be on board. And there's a lot of that gray area where the white hats are doing. This is something that Security Alliance spent a lot of time. Gabe worked on this, Rebecca, setting out a safe harbor so that people could do exactly what Jill was talking about and save people in a way that, having been at Justice Department, we didn't want every single person that lost $20 coming into us. And we were extremely happy when people would just help each other. There's always plenty of crime. So I think having that sort of ability to, like, that opportunity is the opportunity to keep people from actually helping each other. And that's really important. And I think the last opportunity that I want to highlight that we want to make sure we're factoring in is it was in the last Trump administration, it was an authoritarian regime in Venezuela, and people were quite sick, and there was no way to get money to these pro-democracy and even just plain healthcare workers in Venezuela. And the way that the government determined to do that, working with the democratic opposition in Venezuela, was they identified healthcare workers in Venezuela that had self-hosted wallets that they could transmit seized funds of the authoritarian dictator that had been frozen and then seized, that they got back to the people of Venezuela who were healthcare workers, only possible in a permissionless system. 60,000 healthcare workers in Venezuela were transmitted to their self-hosted wallets, USDC, in a way that you could never do. Any fiat currency that the US government sent into Venezuela would just be taken by the central government. And that was a major national security and foreign policy goal of the US that was heretofore absolutely impossible to do, other than bags of cash on the tarmac. And who knows where that goes. So I think the opportunity is it's a foreign policy risk, it's a democracy risk, but it's also a risk management risk of that sort of safe harbors.
Got it. So I'm going to, in the 10 minutes we have, I'm going to come to Peter just real quick on a very specific question, then Jill, Kevin, Omid, and then we'll see if we're at.
Could I just 2 seconds just
Sure,
follow
okay.
up on that? Because you raised a good question. It comes down to organizational mission. And if we're talking about the SEC, it has a multifaceted mission. One part of the mission is investor protection, and that should be taken seriously. Another part of the mission is promoting capital formation in the United States. And that's about the opportunity that's lost when there's too much or too harsh regulation. So, I mean, both of these things can be true, and each government entity needs to look to its own mission in terms of making that assessment.
And Peter, the quick question for you, because you had mentioned bright lines and also standards as well. Just I'm curious from your perspective, when you think about all the things you think about, it could be First Amendment stuff, it could just be the practicalities, not just your practicalities of regulation, compliance, et cetera. Do you have a general view in 60 seconds or less in terms of the pros, cons of more bright lined approaches, particularly when it's still relatively early days, which have their certainty, as compared to more principles or standard-based approaches, which have their flexibility, but sometimes can have a measure of uncertainty. Do you have a view or a leaning one way or the other on that?
So where people's liberty is on the line, I want a bright line standard. And that's why the money transmission licensing issue is CoinCenter's top priority, and why the Blockchain Regulatory Certainty Act in Congress is our top priority legislation. Sorry to bring that up at the SEC. It's nothing to do with you all. It has to do with money transmission regulation. But when someone can be found guilty by a jury of a strict liability federal felony for failure to register, I want people to know exactly what kind of conduct they're supposed to register for. I'm also going to say that I don't want certain conduct to be subject to registration, because that could start to become a prior restraint on speech if the thing you're supposed to register for is publishing a software protocol. But on harder questions, like where we have these nebulous concerns about levels of influence or responsibility that people in these systems can use to abuse their users, or can negligently fail to make true their implied promises, their implied warranties, or their explicit promises to their users, I do not think a bright line rule makes sense, because we simply do not know the things we do not know as far as how these systems should be built, what kinds of technological controls should be in place, what kinds of actual agency and discretion for developers or quasi-trusted entities on these networks are good and that we want to see. And so we can't write that as a bright line test. And to me, when I say principles-based regime, I mean the private law. I mean the common law, because that to me is actually the most principles-based, bottom-up, emergent way of lawmaking. I don't think Congress should be taking action, even if it's to create some sort of cause of action that the private law could be used. I think you want the fraud laws to be used. You want misrepresentation. And these are things that are also within the SEC's jurisdiction with respect to their specific powers over securities transactions. So to me, I would just 100 times over-index on that vis-a-vis DeFi. And to the extent there's anything where you want registration and that there are strict liability crimes for registration, that needs to be a bright line category, because we don't want people falling on the wrong side of that line, surprisingly. And that also cannot be something as simple as publishing a software protocol.
Joe, to come back to the question I had asked Michael M., just the broad question in terms of thinking about lost opportunity and how that weighs in the balance. And it's also the point that Kevin commented on. Your thoughts?
Yeah, thank you. I mentioned earlier, but I'll just reiterate again, we've lost, both as the United States and also as an industry, a lot of great innovators and entrepreneurs over the last 5 or 6 years. And I really hope that is a point that sticks with those of you who are tuned in or live in the audience here, because that is what is at stake. And I think that we've had a lot of great examples of the potential, but also what crypto has already delivered, mentioned here on the panel today. I would like to see more efforts being put into delivering stable coins into regions of the world where they're most badly needed. But over the last several years, partly because of the SEC, partly because of other organizations like it, not just in the United States, but around the world, that struck fear into the hearts of a lot of the entrepreneurs who were working on these things. Thankfully, there are those brave few who stuck around and continued to work on these very real products and services. But many were driven, again, out of the country, out of the industry, or as Eric highlighted, into other areas of the industry that, if you ask me personally, are much less productive. The meme coin mania has singularly grown out of SEC's policies over the last 5 years. And that is, regardless of what you think of meme coins, in my view, that is a damn shame, because that innovation and that entrepreneurial fire previously was going into the types of products that Michael mentioned, that MJ mentioned, that Gabe has mentioned. So many of the conversations that we've had up here today have focused on, but that fire has at least in part been lost to, again, in my view, less productive entrepreneurial endeavors over the last few years.
Ahmed.
Since we're nearing the end of the conversation, maybe a question that I don't have the answer to, which is that stablecoin legislation is moving forward. The season freeze function of stablecoins is a key part of that legislation. Stablecoins are very prominent in DeFi. If stablecoin issuers start seizing and freezing coins in DeFi, it'll break DeFi. And I think this is both Gabe and Kevin sort of alluded to this, that we have permissioned or regulated entities starting to really interact with the more native permissionless ones within DeFi. And it's something we have to start talking about. And so far, the solutions that I've heard are frankly not very good because they just pit two parts of what the government wants against each other. So, for example, the entities that care about illicit activity want the seize and freeze function. But if you're an agency like the SEC, you really care about the stability of DeFi, and you wouldn't want something like Circle suddenly being compelled to freeze $1 billion USDC in an Aave pool to lead to a run on Aave.
Or what if, to plug into a narrative that was current before, Circle decided to IPO, what if someone new acquires Circle and they happen to run a blockchain that competes with another blockchain where billions of dollars of this stablecoin are? Why are they acquiring it? Are they acquiring it just to run a stablecoin business, or does it give them a hook into their competitor to influence fork choice, which we haven't talked about at all here, but it's a big, big thing, all these things. And, that may be the realm of antitrust. The SEC may have a role, the CFTC may have a role, but the bigger these systems become and the more systemically important they become, the more important these issues and questions of law become.
All right. Well, I think we're at time. I think we could talk a lot more about a lot more stuff, but if you join me in thanking the panelists, and Commissioner Peirce is going to bring some here.
I push significance hard. I'm going to tell you what my watch cost. I'm going to tell you about my Ferraris. I'm going to work them into conversation to humble brag about them because I want you to know that I'm better than you so that you're either angry and then you make yourself better to compete, or you realize that we can work together and find synergy. And so the way this flexing thing works is that you hate it and it's disgusting, and then you click subscribe because you want to be disgusted, right? There's people living on a higher level than me. I follow them. And I get angry when I see them post, and I keep trying to raise my level, right? Because this is how guys work. We're competitive, right? So
yeah, you are.
So the art is, this would be all loss. Like I just bought another $135,000 watch today. I posted it on the watches forum, and I made sure that all my other watches were in the background. And I posted.
That's your money, by the way. That would be your money.
They know they'll never have that as long as they live. But if they were smart, they would go, how did he get that? Oh, he wrote a book about how to do it. And he just did what was in his book. These currencies I created.
Constantly lied, constantly framed, always lying. Richard Hart has always been lying. He works for us now.
If they drop their ego for a minute and try to learn and realize that we could work together. And so if 50% of people hate, or even 75 or 80% of people hate, the 20% that don't will come and be part of something beautiful, and we'll change the world together. And there's no other way for me to reach these people. I've tried, right? I tried to buy an ad for myself in a magazine. They said no. They wouldn't take the crypto. I was like, okay, well, how about me? Can I just advertise me? They're like, nope, not you either. And this is a magazine that posts the stupidest stories you've ever seen. Like midget perform sex acts with animals for wafer crisps. I'm like, really? So you guys will take, this is your gig. This is what you guys, I think it was Daily Mail in the UK. They just it's crazy. The censorship is wild. We used to have ads in the Economist magazine. They won't take them anymore. Price was 100 times lower then. So if you read it and then went straight down right after, everybody wrecked. Except me. I'm doing great. I'm doing awesome. People to listen to me. Can you imagine being able to sell the top and then buy a dip in Hex? Oh my God. What a privilege that would be, right? What a wonderful thing. Oh, I love it. Absolutely love it. So what else do we got going on here? So So this is, I'm
You
explaining
got
to you
fucked.
why.
If you listen to this motherfucking fat retard, you got fucked. You lost. He bought shit with all your stuff. He told everyone he was rich. He cried in BTC forums about how he lost it all leverage trading. And then he magically became rich again after he came out with a currency that robbed all his users. I am not bluffing here. This dude talked out his ass forever. Richard Hart talked out of his asshole, told everyone he was a genius. No one asked. Told everyone he was rich. No one asked. Came out with a crypto, bought billions of dollars worth of shit. Shit's been down ever since. That is his plain put. Centralized supply. He has all of the supply. Richard Hart has all of the supply of this shit. He has been lying since day one. And this is proof right here. We just watched the entire SEC thing debacle around centralized ownership. There's 830 live viewers in here. Please retweet this fucking stream. It's blowing up. My socials are blowing up. I am the most qualified person to be talking about this. I've been in this bullshit while this dude backtracked and lied for years. And I was in it, man. I was making money, happy, all that shit. He told you to go all in, buy dips. Guess what? If you faded this motherfucker right here, you have 800% more purchasing power for the 99% dip that he has created with your money. Period. End of story. 1 million scammers have made $1 million on his chain. All fraud, all fraud, all fraud, all fraud, all fraud from an island in the middle of nowhere. Telegram group rings, paying employees to push stuff. The people that know. And the people that don't, put your notifications on. You'll know real quick. Because this FUD campaign is no joke. I'm going to play this one more time. Just listen to it. I don't know what year it is. I don't even care. This was probably, let me think. He's got all his watches in the background. Those have probably been seized or sold. 2022. This might be 2023, actually. Still coming down. He's still milking everyone for everything they're worth. And he's pushing it hard and telling you the exact opposite strategy to win. Richard Hart wrecked all his users. Richard Hart wrecked all his users. Richard Hart wrecked all his users. Do you understand? Richard Hart was wrong. Richard Hart wrecked all his users. Richard Hart fucked you. And listen to this right here. I just clicked this 100% randomly, but it's so easy to call out this dude's lies because everything he's ever said has been a lie. He's always framed it. It's always been about him. It's always been about his money. And it's always been about people that are naive. It's not guys like me. I'm not hating on him straight up. I am showing everyone word for word, bar for bar, that this dude is full of shit. I have his entire blog downloaded of him crying like a little bitch because he got robbed and lost all his money and leverage trading and the whole deal. I will post every single line. I will post every single chart. $3 billion, $35 million for Ethereum pre-sale, $3 billion for Pulse Chain. You're not early. You're not early. I've learned about this shit. I've learned about the metrics. I've learned about everything. Richard is just going to say, I am smarter than you. Please keep putting your money into my bank account because I have tax fraud shit that I need to deal with without other people realizing it. Period. End of story. Fuck you, Richard. Fuck you. You've lied forever. You probably sleep shit because that's why you never live stream anymore or you're on the run. Either way, you won't admit what the truth is. People can come at me all they want. He's the one wiggling around his fucking tweets like some sort of word salad bullshit, no mental masturbation bullshit. Everything he says now, bullshit. His back's against the wall. I am pushing him hard every day. Every single day. I will plaster his fat ass 99% down charts, purchasing power destroyed. 800% more of the crypto that you like you could have if you faded this guy. If you faded this guy, you'd have 800% more. 100% more. And that's on a dip. Nothing went up except Bitcoin hit all-time highs. Hart's Law. And I'll go to my Twitter and show you the fuck. You know what? I will right now. Before we go back to the most contradictory video I've ever seen in my life. This is fucking shit, man. This is piss. 100 years straight. And I have 37 stakes on both chains, and you work for me now. If you don't perform, I will plaster your fat ass all over the internet for 100 years straight. And I'm younger than you, bro. And I got more energy than you. And I haven't lied for fucking 10 years straight. That's got to weigh on you. That has to weigh on. I have 37 I want you to stakes retweet on this tweet. I both don't care chains, what your emotions and are telling you to work do. for Blowing me up. now. It's true. If you don't perform, I will plaster you. His back's against the wall. He's got no choice now. Don't shill for this motherfucker. Don't shill for the. If this shit's supposed to work out, it'll work out. Don't shill for him. Fuck him. He's done nothing but get enriched from you. Period. End of story. He told everyone he was rich and had billions and billions of dollars. Then you gave him billions and billions of dollars, and now his chart's down forever. Use your fucking brain. Use your fucking brain. Use your fucking brain. Use your fucking brain. Big fucking success here. I don't care if this shit goes 1,000x. Everyone has to lose all their money first. Everyone. I mean, not lose it, but like you sell. ETH is doing well. Bitcoin's all-time highs. Hex all-time lows, all-time lows, all-time lows, more all-time lows, lower lows, lower lows, lower lows, lower lows on lower lows, on lower lows, on lower lows, on lower lows. Richard Hart saved you? Bullshit. He fucked you and he tricked you. And that's the worst part. He tricked you. He tricked me too. But I mean, I made money from it early on, obviously. But it was just for the couple guys I got in early. I'm telling you. Hex, the lowest of stakes, from Gucci to garbage. Social engineering masterclass exposed by me, blowing up on all platforms. Blowing up on all platforms, period. End of story. Retweet it. Spread the word. Let people know. Good people. Just retweet it. Someone will see it that needs to see it. Richard Hart. Oh, retweet this one too. Ethereum presale, 35 million USD. Pulse chain sacrifice, 3 billion USD. Tell me which one is better and why. I'm here for the tech, Richard Hart. I'll drop that below too if you want to get involved in that. And basically everything on my timeline is due for retweets. Richard Hart. This is what Richard tweeted today. He blocked me for the 5th time in 5 years. So I know more about blockchain than you do. There is such a thing as custody. There is nothing as self-custody. Blah, 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 blah. I don't give a fuck what he's even typing anymore, dude. It's all bullshit. I said, Richard, this is a little more direct. You'll see how this gets to the point and it's direct. And this is all mental masturbation. Richard telling you how smart he is. What a surprise. Not other people telling you how smart he is. It's Richard telling you how smart he is. Wake up. Wake up. Wake up. Wake the fuck up. And there's a lot of naivete in the yes, all I know is I will do this shit. I don't care if I have to sacrifice everything and this shit blows up. Guess what? If this shit blows up, I'm rich forever. And that math ain't adding up anymore because there's a lot of guys that have more than me. The math's not adding up. I'm getting a little savvier. $4 billion in the sacrifice. Is it going to outperform Ethereum? The truth is no. And it can't. Because Richard Hart lied his entire career. He's been a criminal forever. We all ignored it. Fake passports. Panama getting robbed. Yeah, trust me, I'm not a rule follower either. But Interpol ain't coming after me. Interpol ain't coming after my friends. Interpol ain't coming after the founders that I watch. You know what I mean? Because they're not scamming everyone with 90% supply bullshit. Retweet this and spread the word. I don't give a fuck. Yeah, he's a narcissist and he's going to learn. You're going to learn, Richard. The truth will set you free, bro. Admit you were wrong about everything and you lost everyone money. And maybe, just maybe, we can move forward. Maybe. And that's just with that'll help you more than you realize. Maybe you'll get a good night's sleep for once. I bet you don't. Yeah, so 5 years straight, your product wrecked people's purchasing power. You lost them money. Now you blame them. Admit you were wrong, then move forward. I've got something to say. If you've got something to say it. Nobody's asking what your IQ score is. I got a subpoena for your dumb ass shit. You want me to double down now? Oh, I'll double down, Richard. I'll double down. I haven't even started, bro. And I have so much more energy than you, and it's truthful energy, just like you used to have. Now you have fake lie energy. That's called the devil inside of your belly. Yeah, I did my 3 minutes of exercise. Yeah, dude, I don't give a fuck, man. I'm not scared of these guys either. I don't care. They can hack all my wallets. They can dox me. They can do whatever they want. Show up to my house. I'll put a bullet in your head. Like, this is not a popular thing to do. This is a very high risk thing to do, to be honest. Dealing with scammers is weird, but generally when they're on the run from the police and when all the people have robbed everyone, not too much stock in coming after anyone, really. And it's all true, so they can just buy back lower probably. But let's listen to this. Just listen to this. This is 3 years ago. Down forever since this. Down forever since this. Down. I just need you to understand, like, because if you're having any framing issues here, I need you to, like, wise up now. Down forever since this, and he got $3 billion. SEC, do you hear this? Richard got $3 billion. Who the fuck knows where that dude can siphon off everything from every ghost bridge on every tornado cash alternative, everything. He knows everything about enriching himself. But some people don't live for only enriching themselves, right? And that's most people, actually. Richard will make it seem Richard's narcissistic, so he doesn't realize that most people don't want what he wants. That's the bread and butter. It's his blind spots. Richard Hart's blind spots are that he was always a nerd. He was never accepted. He always thought if having more money would make his life better. And guess what? Now you're in the corner of the universe, hiding from the police. Why don't you stream anymore, Richard? I wonder why. OPSEC is not friendly for streaming. If you hear me and you're in here, smash the like, hit the retweet straight up. Straight up. I'm not playing either. If you just have an Anon account and you're just listening to me, a retweet helps. And I'm not saying this shit can't go up in value. I'm saying the odds are stacked against you and the lies have been stacked against you. And I've been here since day fucking one. And I got a great deal out of a lot of this stuff. So I am really just telling people what I've observed over time. So I need you to just please listen to this video. Please listen to this video. It's 3 years ago. He was wrong about everything. Imagine buying the dip. Imagine buying the dip if you faded this fucking fat loser, dude. Seriously, if you faded this and he was milking you at this point, you have to frame it right because he's the frame god, because no one realizes how narcissistic this shit is. It took me years to figure it out because I'm not a scumbag, so I didn't think other people were that bad. But the older you get, you realize the 5% that are bad continue to be bad constantly until something happens. Yeah, Richard Hart will start the next bull run. Yeah, with the taxes he pays to the government, there might be enough revenue sharing with that in order to get a little bull run going. Because don't get it twisted. Interpol red notice. Do you understand? Here, I'll pull it up for you so you can look yourself. Give me 1 second. It's loading. You deserve this, Richard. You really do. And it's not just like, oh, he's the best dude ever and he just fucked up. No, he's lied. Constant lies, constant. Well, because we would rally behind him if he was being honest. He would just say it and we would be like, fuck yeah, let's go, freedom fight. But you're not saying aggravated tax fraud. You're not saying assault. You see at the bottom where it says aggravated tax fraud and assault. International Police Department. We just watched this. They were on it like a hawk. They understand centralized supply. They understand scams in crypto now. We just watched it for 5 hours. This is not a drill.
And then went straight down right after. What? And then went straight down right after. Everybody wrecked. Except me. I'm doing great. I'm doing awesome. People to listen to me. Can you imagine being able to sell the top and then buy a dip in Hex? Oh my God. What a privilege that would be, right? Like, what a wonderful thing. Oh, I love it. Absolutely love it. So what else do we got going on here? So this is, I'm explaining to you why. Now, by the way, how important was the demand that Grayscale generated? Massively important. They make $200 million a year in fees. In fees, their 2% override that they charge in fees just to hold everybody else's money, they make over $200 million a year. They might make $600 million a year. There's a lot of money in that ecosystem. And so when that disappears and all your institutional demand, now look at the institutional guys. The institutional guys, they're stuck, right? They're stuck. They have to decide, well, do I want to buy 30% off discounted Grayscale Bitcoin? Or do I want to buy spot Bitcoin and pay 50% more? Because that's the math. If you save a third, it's the same as paying 50% more. Can we do the math for you? Something's $100.
You want me to do the math for you, fat boy? Let me do the math for you here real quick, fat boy. If you faded every single thing you've ever said, thought, or tweeted for the last 5 years straight, you have at a minimum 800% more purchasing power to buy the most brutal dip anyone with $3 billion has ever gotten in their entire fucking life. He won't even put a dime in the thing either, man. That's wild. It's wild. This is wild how bad this motherfucker is lying. He's telling you how to get the best deal. All his dudes are getting the worst deal right now. I'm not. I already fucking sold this shit and got over this shit. I'm here to report now. And I sleep like a baby. I work out every day. Good luck, Richard. Good luck. You're about to have heart disease. You're fucking intact, aggravated tax fraud, which probably means systematically trying to avoid it and hide it, and assault for some reason, whatever. Who knows what the fuck he's doing. But you won't see other people's faces that you know that are real warm and fuzzy showing up on those lists. And if you want to push for the truth and transparency in crypto, you can say that, brother. You can fucking say it. You don't have to wiggle around about how rich and famous and smart you are, because you're not. You're a fucking fraud, dude. Straight up. Straight up. This video shows it. This video right here shows it 3 years ago. If you listen to this video, you got perma-cooked forever. Forever down, Richard. Charts forever down. 5 years down. The smartest man in crypto. He just tweeted that he knows more about blockchain than everyone. Fuck you do, bro. You used to, bro. Games change, bro. And the numbers ain't adding up. And I bet the watches aren't in your collection anymore, if I'm being 100 per fucking cent. Because if you fake it, hey, the image you project is the image you must protect. That's a Chad Marks quote. If you pretend you're a rich guy, you better ball like a rich guy. 100x my shit, or I'm plastering your fucking face all over the internet for the rest of your life. And I'll social engineer that shit. I'll get 100 Telegram groups with 100 different accounts with 100 different names. And I'll somehow make it profitable for myself. I will spam that shit forever. If you don't 100x my stakes, I will fucking light this shit up. Moon King, all these dudes that went all in on telling everyone, Tiger King, Moon King, Johnny Chaos, wrecked forever. Just naive, nothing else but naivete. Toby One Kenobi, all these guys that are living off of you staking and not selling. They want you to think it's better. It's not better. It's built on lies and fraud.
you get a third discount. It drops to 60, and then went straight down right after. Everybody wrecked, except me. I'm doing great. I'm doing awesome. People to listen to me. Can you imagine being able to sell the top and then buy a dip in Hex? Oh my God, what a privilege that would be, right? Like, what a wonderful thing. Oh, I love it. Absolutely love it. So what else do we got going on here? So this is, I'm explaining to you why. Now, by the way, how important was the demand that Grayscale generated? Massively important. They make $200 million a year in fees. In fees, their 2% override that they charge in fees just to hold everybody else's money. They make over $200 million a year. They might make $600 million a year. There's a lot of money in that ecosystem. And so when that disappears and all your institutional demand, now look at the institutional guys. The institutional guys, they're stuck, right? They're stuck. They have to decide, well, do I want to buy 30% off discounted Grayscale Bitcoin? Or do I want to buy spot Bitcoin and pay 50% more? Because that's the math. If you save a third, it's the same as paying 50% more. Let me do the math for you. Something's $100, you get a third discount. It drops to $67. Or you could, really? Is this how hard it is to do math on stream? Now, if you've got a $67 thing, and instead you have to pay 100, that's a 50% increase, because 37 is half of 33 is half of 67. So you could either getting a third off is the same as not having to pay 50% more. Is how that math works. So like, yeah, Bitcoin's doomed, and you're going to continue to see Bitcoin go down as long as that discount exists. Because why would institutional guys that don't have a choice anyway and have to buy that stuff anyway find some way to go pay 50% more instead of just taking the third discount? They wouldn't. And so they keep selling it down. And unfortunately, Ethereum is directly, exactly tied with Bitcoin. And it's actually overperforming a little bit to the downside. A little bit. Like a tiny bit. So let's go look at some charts real quick. By
Hey, let's look at some charts real quick. What a good way to segue. Thanks, Rich. Oh, wait, is Bitcoin about hit all-time highs again? While all your purchasing power is gone now. Whoops. Bitcoin's about to be 110. Pulse is as low as it's ever been. Ever been. I'm not saying this thing won't do a good chunk up if everything blows off top, but you already got smoked. That's the point. The point is you already lost. I know that because I traded out and I won. And I'm not saying I won big and I'm some rich dude forever, dude. Oh my God, dude, if you guys knew how much money was in my bank account. No. Who says that anyway, even if it's true? The richest people I know, they don't fucking go around bragging about it. They're busy. They have families. They have hobbies. Think. This dude put himself on camera, told you he was rich, told you he was famous, told you he knew everything, and was wrong about everything. I dealt with this a long time ago, about a year and a half ago. I was talking about other projects. I was moving on. Everyone in the community slandered me forever on repeat. So I am probably the most qualified person in the history of the world to talk about this. I have an SEC subpoena. Thank you, Richard Hart. Fat fuck. I have made out decent on Pulse and Hex only because I yeeted. The non-Jeets, the hold forever guys, got permanently screwed. No purchasing power now compared. You just lost money in 150 different ways. Whether you know it now or not, you lost money because you could have been doing other stuff with it. And that's the truth of the matter. And I'm the only one that's been as involved and doesn't have such a big stake in it. Like, yeah, I have 60 stakes. Yeah, Richard works for me now. Richard Hart does work for me now. If he doesn't perform, so Richard, perform, I will plaster your shit all over the internet for the rest of your life. I don't want to remind you about my energy levels. Those are not really in question. This is all backhanded information to me. I don't need to dig in anymore. I don't need to double check my work anymore. Okay. If you see something go up 50, 60, 70%, that's not what this is all about. Although, of course, you can make money and stuff like that, but infinite tokens, infinite laundering, infinite lies, short-term pumps. That's all you're going to see. If you're staked up and you're liquid and you have a family and a full-time job, I am obsessed. I am 100% obsessed with calling this motherfucker out. You're right. Calling out scammers, I've been obsessed with that for a long time. That's how I started watching Richard videos, because he was calling out scammers. Yeah, Toby's one of the most Chaos is the #1 outdated boomer. And the guys that Richard enriched are all scammers and liars, and they just prey on new users all day long. That's all they do, actually. Like, they actually have full-time jobs, businesses where they pay chills to go out and chill, not Pulse Chain, but whatever they're building on Pulse Chain, the vaporware that is whatever they're doing. Am I making myself clear enough? Ethereum is up 3.3% on the 24-hour. Pulse is down 2.6% on the 24-hour. And let's check out Richard's charts. He wanted to look at charts, I think. That's what he was mentioning in the video. All right, let's check this chart out. We'll ignore the beginning part just because that's only fair, right? How about we just go right here? Last top. Not good for your purchasing power, believe it or not. I know it might seem abstract because of Richard's years of framing, but it's not abstract. You want to go to a BNB chart? Here, let's go to the BNB chart. I want to go to the oldest chart. Let's see, 11 months, 1 year, 5 months. What's the oldest one? 3 years. Here's 3 years. What the fuck is this chart all fucked up for? Oh, no one uses this anymore. Hold on. That one has no liquidity. Let's see. BNB, 3 years. This one might. Why did none of these fucking pairs have any liquidity? But look, that's what BNB looks like. Right? BNB has much more users, much more density, much more everything. No, it didn't. No, it didn't. That was all a matter of fact. No, I know, but the WBNB's ones wouldn't come up. That's what the chart looks like, I'm sure. It's $656. If you faded Richard Hart and bought BNB at any point in time, you absolutely crushed it in every way, shape, or form. There is no nothing. He will block everyone who doesn't stroke his ego. He will have to reset again. I know Richard Hart like the back of my hand, and I will scream it because no one deserves to be lied to for years on end. Years. It's not necessarily as a scam. He just has 100% control, and he lies to you about what he does with the money. And he lies to you about everything, dude. This dude lies about everything. And he frames it like he is saving the world. That's the weird fucking part of the matter. So let's check out some charts from him. Let's go to his best chart. This is literally his best chart. In the hex, that's his best chart. Like, I'm buying that before anything. And we'll cut it in half just so people can. This is Richard's best chart. Really? I'm lying straight up? Look at Richard's best chart, bro. You just can't believe it. It's not going to sink into you until it's too late. The psyop is too deep. I just played a video of Richard lying 100 times. I've done it for 3 days straight, and I never even looked up the video. He's talking out of his ass forever on repeat, and he always has, and he always will. Yeah, best charts of pump tires one. Yeah, probably because it was, it's just piss. But I've been streaming for 4.5 hours, most of it the SEC conference. Have an amazing day. Yeah, I'm playing old videos because he was telling you he's a genius and to do exactly what he should be doing, and you lost. If he's such a genius, then why was he wrong about everything? If he's such a genius, why did he buy the $3,800 top? If he's such a genius, why can't he use one of his $10 billion in order to make the price chart not look like the worst price chart that's ever existed in history, dude? Let me show you his best work real quick. You just reminded me. This is his best work. And all the other charts look great. Ethereum looks decent. I mean, it's not the best. Bitcoin's about to blow off top again. And I know it might be a reality shock, bro. So I'm sorry if I'm throwing you a lot at once. Yeah, he got fucking smoked. He bought 3,800 and been down ever since. Don't need your whatever. He's cooked. Look at his best chart of all time. If you were like the 75 people that actually got a good position here, and I was one of them, dude. Like I got a few bands in there, low, and it went straight up, and I was in euphoria forever. And guess what? It never recovered. Why? Pulse Chain came out, dumped again forever, because Richard realized it wasn't going to recover, and he had to pivot because he needed the money. I'm not saying he needed the money like, oh, I got to pay bills. In his mind, the money was on the table, and guys like Richard. No, I'm more of a Richard. Hey, anyone who stares at their screen for 3 years, human brains are really good at pattern recognition. Richard doesn't stare at shit anymore. He's just on the run. This is like the worst chart in the history of cryptocurrency, and this was the smartest man. Imagine having the worst chart. This is 5 years of Hex. One bull run, 7 months. 5 years. Everything outperformed. Everything. You lost purchasing power to everything. He told you to stake hard and stake long. You know why? So you can't sell. Because he's the liquidity pool, you ding-dongs. Most of it. Of course, there's people in it. But the majority of it, just like we watched the SEC, they said centralized ownership is the scam. It's not the code. It's decentralized owner. It's the entity. They are the scam. They said it word for word, bro. Bar for bar. And this is got 1,000 people watching right now. And I'm not even getting started. We're on 3 platforms, baby. No monetization, no nothing. I don't need it. I don't care. I think the point will get across what it needs to get across. And I'm not saying Richard's the worst dude in the planet. I'm saying he was wrong. And he needs to say, I was wrong. This is how we're going to move forward. Not just skate around the truth for the rest of his life. But that's all he's ever done. And I've watched every video he's ever recorded. And I break them down daily, word for word. $110,000 Bitcoin, guys. $110,000 Bitcoin live right now. Oh my God, a little God candle. Oh, look at that God candle. Let's see if we can do it. Let's see if we can break all-time highs live on the show. We'll go to a quick count. I think we might have. $110.17. Let's freaking go, dude. And guess what? It's all good with if you have money in Hex and Pulse Chain, it's all good. If Richard Hart doesn't 100x this shit, his ass is gone forever anyway. If this shit doesn't 100x and he ends up being wrong 100% about everything, and guess what? The numbers don't. There's so many stakers that have so much money that are all coming out. Big payday. He cooked it. Richard Hart tried to do the staking and the big payday and all the incentives, and he did it. There's too much supply, too many whales, too many long stakes. It's just their piggy bank for the rest of time. People don't see it. People don't see it. No. Richard works for us. He might get a demotion. If we do anything under 100x, he gets a demotion. Period. End of story. 1,000 live viewers. You guys heard it. Go to my Twitter. Retweet everything. I am not asking for... Ooh, big dump. I think that Bitcoin will hit... I think Bitcoin will hit 200,000 before the end of the year. And this is the last chance for Pulse, and I'm willing to just bend his freaking reality enough where maybe he does something or says something relevant. I don't care if people don't like me. I have fucking major money in this shit, dude. Stakes, 60 stakes. Richard works for me now. If he does not work this out and it doesn't work out, I will plaster his face all over the internet for the rest of time until everyone got $3 billion and show all people how his contradictions and lies over the year and how he's not the smartest man in crypto. He's actually the most dishonest man in crypto. Yeah, that's kind of what I'm thinking too, Pookie. Like 15 cents, 20 if shit just gets out of control, but I'll be so rich. That's what people don't get, Tukes. Like, I'm not going to get so rich from this shit. And if I do, hell yeah. But I have 60 stakes, Tukes. Richard works for us now, brother. I want you to help me with that campaign too. Like, the Richard works for us now. Like, if you have stakes in this game, if Richard doesn't perform, we're pushing him off the internet forever. He can hide wherever. Richard Hart does work for us. Correct. And I'm starting that movement, and it's no joke. This is a no joke movement because it's sink or swim for Mr. Richie. Good thing you coded us in, Rich, right? Oh, wait, maybe people selling all their shit is what's supposed to happen. Because people don't really have faith in shit, but then he got everyone to stake, and now it's a perma dump for life. Next level intellectual mind. I gotta go. Go to my Twitter and retweet everything. Everything. Comment. Meme. Please. I'm not asking for any money, but Ticker Chia needs a little more. See that, Richard? You're a fake fucking fat fuck. Shit, can't get that because you actually have to earn it, not just lie about it. Peace out. Oh yeah, Funny Jim's fucking done with this shit, dude. Funny Jim is Funny Jim's a great dude. So like, of course he's done with this shit. I'm not saying he's done forever, but like I'm saying like he's a smart, nice dude. He's not just gonna brutalize himself for fun. His reputation is already taken, not to everyone, but he'll be the first one to tell you he probably got some reputation hits from this that were not recoverable. And I probably did too. I don't really give a fuck because I don't really do business like that. But like, Pulse is down on the day. Bitcoin's hitting all-time highs. That's all I got to say. And maybe this is a bottom signal. Good. I hope it's a bottom signal. Make me money, Richard. You owe me money, Richard. Work, daddy. Spam this picture all over the internet and let everyone know. Richard Hart works for us now. If he doesn't 100x this shit, he can go fucking fuck off and get a bidet going for his mom. Peace out, everyone. Have a great day. Biceps in the chat. I'll see you tomorrow. I want you on my Twitter feed. And if you want to get in my Telegram, no cost, no group, no paid group, no nothing like that. But you have to find my DMs or request my DMs, whether that's a tweet or a YouTube comment or whatever. If you request to be in my Telegram group, personally, I will invite you. It's private. That's where my first idea goes. And I've been posting bullish shit for months. And I'm not saying I knew at the time it would have been good, but it ended up being great. Because I was actually like in the field, right? When Richard was paying attention, he was the best. Now he's not paying attention and he's buying tops. $3,800 ETH. It's not about being a genius. It's about paying attention to what you're doing for an extremely long period of time. And I have great understanding of this stuff now. It's not perfect, but it's not rocket science, dude. Richard wants you to think this is rocket science. It's actually very basic shit, but there's ways to deceive people within it. And that's like the dark arts of all this is like deception. How do you get money out of this shit without people noticing, right? Noticing is the key word because hexagons don't notice shit. So like he can pretty much just do whatever the fuck he wants. And they don't realize they're losing the deal until it's too late. All right. Bitcoin all-time highs, pulse down miserably. Make sure you let Richard know what we're doing over here. Spam my shit. I had 22,000 live the other day, and then 8,000 again a couple days after. And it's cooling off right now, but the hate's coming in, all the shit's coming in. So I can appreciate your support. I'm not asking for any money. I'm asking for people to rally around the truth. This is the truth. And I don't care if this shit goes up 1,000x. Richard won't have to work for me anymore. He can graduate from working for me. But he needs 100x or he's gone. Trust me. And there's more than one reason for that. It's not just reputation. I bet. I'm not saying all the details. I'm saying I know if it smells like a duck and it quacks like a duck and it scams like a duck, then it's got debts like a duck. Think about that. Anyone with life experience is like, oh yeah, probably. That's right. Tax evasion over long periods of time is tricky. So have a great day. The truth will set you free, guys. Don't sell out. If you're working, work hard. I don't care if you're working at McDonald's. I don't care if you're working on a stream. I don't care if you're working on the next crypto project. Put your all into it, and God will do the rest for you. If you shoot for the stars, there's always a little help. If you shoot for scamming people, you'll always get exposed. Always. It will always come out in the wash. I might be a little early to the matter, but there's been people talking about this forever. They're just ignored. Eric Wall's been talking about this forever. He won't even mention it anymore because it's just like a joke to him. Because he's more advanced than Richard, truthfully. He truthfully is. And I've learned that in hindsight. Like Eric Wall is much more advanced than Richard, and I can tell that because he can't even talk to Richard anymore. It used to be like maybe they could have some banter, but now he's like, dude, this has kind of gotten out of hand. Clip my shit, post my shit. That's the only thing I'm asking. Get in my Telegram group, spam this stuff. That's the only thing that's going to keep me going. I need to at least see something going. I'm good at this though. So I'm going to put on my side of the shit. Trust me. I'm going to get more diabolical. I'm going to get more specific. I'm going to get more into detail. I'm going to spam more of his charts in his face. And I'm going to let people know about the walking contradiction that has always been Richard Hart. And I'm somebody who profited off of his garbage. And it's only garbage because he made it. If someone else made it, it might not have been garbage. But he is lying constantly. It's a constant lie fest with him, and it always has been. His fake IDs for passports back in the day, we all just pretended like didn't matter. Panama, who gets robbed in Panama and why? International criminals. You know, like not saying all the time, but in hindsight, like, oh, it's just been a dog eating dog food, right? And if I'm just being too real with it right now because I'm in this no fear fucking mode. Like, I just don't care. I'm so sick of people losing all their money when there's good stuff going on. If you are on XCH right now on the meme coin scene, like you are so blessed. It's so new. It's so new. Like it's new. Like that's the number one thing. And the distribution is apparent and easy to track down. It's not sloshed through 100 different sacrifices and schemes. It's just sitting there, dude. And people are buying and people are making discords and you can't get in the Discord unless you have the NFT. And I don't really know too much about that stuff, but that is it. Like that's what people want. That's real interaction. That's a real community, people building. I'm not just blowing smoke so people buy it. I told you guys about this forever ago. Why would I even mention it? I'll just plaster the chart all over your face. Like this chart, for example, which I've been mentioning forever. This is the Beppe chart. It's Beppe's birthday, so we're allowed to. I shilled it for the first time right here because I knew it was breaking out and I knew no one even had it anymore. Like this was just the initial trade plop and then boom, gone. And guess what? It's been up ever since. And is that a parabola? Richard Hart, can you let us know if this is a parabola? Has it fallen out of the parabola yet, Richard? Nope. Still in the parabola. And then Ticker Chia, same thing. And these are not the native. This is all on XCH, so there's no liquidity. This is just a bridge. So that's why there's no liquidity. On XCH, there's a fuck ton of liquidity, but this is just how people on Ethereum get it. That is more than a parabola. That's a lightning bolt straight up and down. And all my purchasing power for everything I lost in Richard Hart, just like that, comes back. And nobody gets the fruits of that because they're all staked in a fucking smart contract from fucking Big for Fuck. Okay. Understood? Dude, Hex is back at 1/4 cent. What a miracle. If you see this chart recovering, I'm going to be the richest human being that I fucking know. If this shit goes all-time highs, and I am not even a big player. That's what I'm trying to tell you. I'm not a big player in this shit. And I can tell you, I can do the numbers right now. If that shit gets back to 52 cents, which is literally like an 800x, it's really not even possible at this point. I'm going to be so filthy rich. So take that for leverage. Richard Hart works for us now. Have an amazing day. It's your boy, Jim Rat. Don't fuck with me. Have a great day, guys. I'll see you tomorrow. Retweet all my stuff. I need Twitter action. I'm going to the pool. Not my pool, the gym pool.